When are you going to get off that milk diet, lad?
This is vodka.
Where I come from, that's soda pop. Now, this is a drink for a man.
Scotch.
Aye.
Farewell and adieu to you fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu, you ladies of Spain. I had a little drink about an hour ago, and it's got right to my head.
Well, what's going on, everybody? We are going to be starting a whiskey stream, actually, right now. So, how you guys doing? I figure, we're here to have a good time, like Quint and his boys on the I forget the name of the ship in Jaws, but you know what I mean. So, I think I hear somebody. I think somebody's knocking on the stream. What's going on? I think I hear somebody come in.
Bam!
Oh my God! Oh my God! How did that happen? Look!
I was trying to find
everybody.
my coconuts. So I could.
He just invited himself on the stream. What the fuck? Like, how'd you do that?
I got you good and drunk on a couple occasions. Watching that intro, I realized we have drank a lot of things in a lot of places.
We have.
I have contributed to the what do they call it? What is it called when you sort of like corrupting of a minor? You're not a minor, so a corrupting of a nerdporial, is that a crime? Is that a thing that can happen?
In the greater universe, yes. In the greater universe, yes. You got to think on a big, massive scale. So, wait a minute. Are you here to commandeer my stream? Is this it?
Whoa!
My God!
Whoa! What just happened?
It looks like okay. It looks like I got. Looks like a mutiny just happened.
I kicked you out on your own thing. Now I don't want to hit the remove button. If I do that, I don't know what'll happen. I think
you should.
I'm not actually sure how far I can take this, people. I'm over here. I'm just doing piracy operations. Don't worry about it. It's all right. It's all fine. But you guys should be a little less concerned. We do have a responsible chaperone on our voyage today. She's waiting in the wings. You know her. You love her. If Steve shows up, she'll make some comments about donuts. And here she is.
Oh, he's got Duncan.
Oh, they're there.
Let's just say I think it was yesterday. I managed to walk a few blocks without stumbling. I had the big smirk on my face because of, well, the influence, I guess. I was happy. I can't help it.
Because of the implications.
No comment there. But it's funny. I had a coffee roll and it's complete shit for you. But I felt so freaking good after it. It felt like you had the drink, and then you had the starch and the sugar, and just, I don't know what it was, but it was just like heaven.
I might do.
Yes.
Everybody keeps requesting this, but I might do a donut eating stream. I'm just trying to get.
No.
I'm trying
to. Oh my God!
Oh no! You heard it here first. Max is doing an OnlyFans.
Yeah. Oh no! Please tell me don't do Dunkin'. Don't do Dunkin'.
No, it's got to be Krispy Kreme all the way.
Oh, air donuts, nice.
Let's see.
Air donuts. I can eat more of those.
Something about glazed donuts. Oh, nope. Someone's saying the drippy kind. The drippy kind is what people want.
The cream filled.
You guys are all incorrigible.
I'm
people who are incorrigible.
Nas says
drunk
Mags may or may not be there.
What's up, Nas?
Drunk Porial. I don't know if you got some people here you want to call out in the chat. I see a bunch of people. I think we're up to what, like 11, 12 people.
We
got some
and
good showing here.
Y'all hit
all
that
because
like
of
button.
Mags. All because of Mags right here. It's not me.
That's
No,
that might be true.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm scrolling back up to the very top here. Some of you guys showed up pretty early, and then we were late, so that's on us. We started talking about Star Wars, and Drunk Poriel told me that I was completely off base, and everything I think about Star Wars is wrong. And then I told him I surrender to his better knowledge. Let's see. I'm just trying to pull up some names here. Hello, everyone.
Hi,
Dempsey.
I think. Let's see.
Padawannabe.
Oh, hey.
And I think I saw Lady Balefire around. I don't know. Any other names you saw in there? Obviously,
there's Gray.
Nosferatu is there.
We got Jim right here. He's Dempsey's friend, musician.
Yep.
Jim Seolblom, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Very cool.
And the whiskey man himself, Brahma Bull, is here.
Oh, sorry, dude.
Hi, Brahma Bull.
All right,
I'm just scrolling back down and trying to get in here. All right. I'm not used to StreamYard that you got here. It's too high speed and good. Oh, look at this guy. What is Easton doing on this?
He said earlier in their chat that he's not a member, so he's confiscating his dad's account.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
me and
that seems fine.
Yeah, me and Easton's my Mario playing buddy right now. So
nice.
Hi,
Jacob
Brandon.
Ironsides
Hi,
is here.
Jacob.
And we got Whoopa Troopa. Nice.
What's up, Whoopa?
Okay.
Missed
Hi,
you, man.
Whoopa.
You haven't seen you around, dude.
So I think we got a pretty good showing. So everybody who came out for this.
Oh, I think
thanks
Shelby
for
was
showing
in
up.
the chat too. So hi, Shelby.
Hi, Shelby.
Nice.
Sorry, Pips.
Silver Rock's here too.
It's all good. I'm
all good.
I may or may not have started drinking before this. I pre-gamed.
I've had one
drink,
so I'm good.
Did not. I did
not. Mags and I have decades of tolerance helping us out here. So we have to sort of give you a handicap.
I've got drinking DNA in my system.
Exactly.
So.
Mags is Irish. I mean, we got no chance.
I mean, I've drank before too. I mean, just not that often.
Okay. So yeah. I think the ground rules. You guys, should we start with ground rules? What we're about here? So
absolutely.
This started out because our very own Drunk Poriel himself and I started talking about whiskey and drinking in general on several streams. And I came up with this plot to corrupt him and turn him into the Drunk Poriel that you see in front of you.
And I'm helping.
And Mags found out about our scheme and she volunteered. She
I
was
weaseled my way in a little bit.
A little bit. She did like a little bit, but it was like, wait a second.
I charmed
Mags
myself.
Is gonna make this so much more fun. So I took a collection of various bottles. We did 6 of them. If one of you maybe has the bottles that I sent, I don't have any to show. So I arranged them in little mystery packages that are numbered. So they are numbered 1 through 6. And we're going to do a flight. We're going to do a flight of whiskeys. There you go. Lady Balefire is appreciating the Dana White. So we're going to do a flight of whiskey and we're just going to taste them, have a good time. We'll talk about random stuff. So it's kind of a chill stream and whiskey tasting. Is that you guys on board for this? Is this what you guys signed up for?
Yeah, I identified the stream on the bottom corner as a chilporial joint. I don't know what that means, but yeah, that's pretty much.
That could mean a couple of things,
Perfect.
but
Oh, okay. I'm a good person. Excuse me, Max. Excuse me.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Classic.
just because my brain went there, does that make me a bad person?
No. It just makes you smart.
Okay. So full disclosure, doing a flight of whiskey, I have never arranged one of these before. I can't claim to be a professional in this area outside of just being a professional drunk. So what are your guys's qualifications? Mags, let's start with you. I think you said you don't like Scotch particularly. Is that
No.
am I remembering right?
Yeah, I've tried it. You know, I'm one of those people that likes to try different things, especially because I go I have a local Irish bar that I like to go to, and the bartender there likes to, with me and my folks or whatever, because we know the people who run the place and everything else, and the bartender, and we're friendly and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes he'll let us try certain things. Some things I'm like, yeah, no, like I'm not a really big person on like very sweet type drinks. I mean, unless it's a mixed drink. But if you're talking about liquor or beer or anything like that, or even a wine, it's kind of like it tastes funny on the palate for me. So
I have to call out Jacob Ironside's comment here first of all, and just say, Mags like barely knows me, and she is totally willing to drink not one but multiple mystery bottles that this individual just sent her through the mail, basically unsolicited. Like there could be anything in there.
But do you know what the mystery? But do you know what the mystery bottles came in? A mystery box. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, not only that, but I gave you my personal address.
I know the level of trust that is involved in this alcoholic operation.
Hips knows my full name.
Well, I know your first name.
That is true. I can now find these individuals and send them more what could be straight paint thinner. They have zero idea. Like,
yeah,
guys.
Yeah, I mean,
in fact, damn. Now that I think of it, that would have been a fantastic. I should have put straight, like unaged moonshine in one of these, just so that you guys, like, I could drink something super smooth on my end and just like, oh, this is so good, and we could just watch Drunk Poriel just like.
I mean, I've had my fair share of moonshine tasting, so I can do it. Yeah.
It is honestly, it's. I will say it's kind of an acquired taste. I was drinking moonshine on some of the White Cloaks rewatches, and I kind of got into it, and that's dangerous, I might add.
Well, I mean,
if you get to the point where you're like, this clear stuff tastes good, like you've reached a level of alcoholism that you should consult a physician, probably.
Well, I know for you and me, Pips, I'm not saying where we are, but we're close to a certain area of the country where moonshine is, pretty prevalent.
Hey, we're doing stuff.
We're doing stuff.
Moonshine, it's good. It's all good. Guys, don't worry about it. This is all the tax stamps were paid on all of the things that we're about to drink.
But to finish the question,
please.
I've been probably my first, this is before 21, so, but I don't care because now it doesn't matter after the fact. But I've had tasted some whiskeys before that, and I think my first whiskey that my mother introduced at the time was Southern Comfort, and I know that's sweet, but that was kind of like an introduction into what that is, and it was only like a little bit. Like my parents were ones that they wanted to let me experience that before crazy college stuff. So they wanted me prepared for that sort of stuff. But anyway, so I mean, that, it was in a comfort of our own home and everything. And but Southern Comfort was probably my first whiskey. And then I think,
is that a whiskey? I guess it is.
It's a bourbon. It's like yep. All for you, Nas. All for you.
One of the comments brought up that you have a bottle of Angel's Envy behind you, and full disclosure,
yes,
unfortunately, one of the bottles that I sent, one of the little mini glass bottles, did break in shipping, and so it is true that one of the mystery drinks is actually Angel's Envy. We had to know that because Mags had to replace it for her flight. So one of the drinks that we're drinking today is Angel's Envy, which now, unfortunately, there's no real way around it. That means that our very own Drunk Poriel is going to know what he's drinking for that one. But the rest of them, total mystery. Sorry.
I want to say welcome to all 8. We have 19 people watching.
Woo!
I know it's crazy. We got Zach's coming in here.
Hit that
we
like
got
button
all
below
sorts of people
too.
making great stuff. Zach's, how are you? And yeah, should we talk to the very own, the man, the myth, Drunk Poriel himself? We've seen a transformation on streams. I think Wakazashi said on Twitter that he's seen him out in the wild doing Drunk Poriel things. So
no, that never happened.
What have you been doing the last month? I feel like you've been training. You've been like building yourself up to this marathon.
Well, no, I've been trying, like, based on our conversations, I've been going to different different liquor places, liquor stores in Chicago, getting those little mini airplane bottles that you recommended. So I've been trying every type of whiskey there is, the ones that you recommended, and a bunch of others. And I still have a few little bottles right there that I was going to try, but I'll save it for Sunday. I still have some of the Hado. I still have some of this Hadazaki that made me feel really good watching episode 6 of the Wheel of the Sheds.
Yeah, you were helping yourself to some there. That was good.
Yeah. I mean, but what's funny is it just I felt like when I said during the stream that I felt something, it was real. Like I felt something. It felt good. It felt good because I was dying from watching this episode. Like I couldn't pay attention. I couldn't get into it.
I think Whoopa said that he's got to head out. Whoopa,
hi,
there
Whoopa.
You go. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep.
Okay. You've been training. Mags has a long storied history. I say we go ahead and start. Do you guys want to do it in number order or a random mix? How do you want to do it?
Doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't matter.
Number order it is.
All right.
So I think what we're going to try and do here is if you guys can attempt to somewhat pour half of each one of those bottles, because I think we'll taste the different spirits, get a sense for them. We'll try them a few different ways, and then we'll use the second half of each of those bottles. This way we don't do 6 shots consecutively trying to taste them and just get slammed. And then by bottle, like the 6th one, you're just like, I don't taste anything anymore.
So,
I accidentally got a couple of drips on my fingers.
So just half of one of these little bottles.
Half of one, because that way, after we try it a few ways, you can save the second half to drink however you wanted, if that makes sense.
All right.
I'm gonna try and do the same. I got my tasting glass here.
So let me show people. It is a half, so I'm not overbearing.
I might as well do the same.
Pour myself a little splash. The dangerous thing here is, so I gave you guys kind of like standard pours in those bottles. I don't have the bottles to work from, so I'm like doing a glass pour, which like could be a half shot, could be more than a half shot. I could get dangerously drunk here. That's all I'm saying. All right, guys. There you go. Sounds a British measure. Is that what we're saying there? Oh man. All right, guys. So number 1, mystery drink.
Okay.
Let's do just take a smell. And what do you guys think?
I like it. I like it a lot.
I don't know how to
I don't know how to describe it. It smells nice.
Pleasant. Smells nice.
Pleasant.
Well, that's a good start.
It doesn't because some whiskeys, even when you smell them, sometimes they'll burn a little in the inside of your sinuses. And it doesn't.
I would agree. There's not much burn.
There's not much burn.
I would agree with that. Do you smell any smoke, any car? Like what do you think?
Yeah, I thought I was smelling some smoke in there.
All right. Let's go for a little sip and see what you guys think.
Yep, there's definitely smoke in there.
What makes it smoke? I don't get it.
It almost reminds me of a like smoking some like pulled pork on, on a smoker.
So I personally split the taste of smoke into two things. There's like peaty smoke and there's like wood fire smoke.
Yeah.
So
the other one, the wood fire. That's what it's.
You think this is more wood fire smoke?
Yeah.
What do you think, Drunk Pour? Where do you put like kind of the warmth? You getting any sort of noticeable flavors? Is it just kind of smooth? Like what are you thinking?
What makes it smooth? I've never done this before.
It's all just kind of personal preference, to be honest. I mean, that's what we're doing here is just kind of figuring out what do we think.
It's light on the tip of the tongue.
For
me,
I feel it in the nose for sure.
For me, I'm feeling a little bit of heat. The further back in the palate, so like further half of my tongue and the roof of my mouth.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, Gray. I'm drinking all of the drinks and stealing all of Mags's time. Okay, so we tried it a little bit. We got I think we all said like a little bit of smoke, pretty smooth, pretty light. And
what makes it smooth? Can you explain that? What makes it smooth?
I mean, to be honest, like what makes something have any of these flavors? I am not a
like. Is there an antithesis? Is there an antithesis to smooth? Is it rough? Is there a rough one? Is there
that in mind as we try more? Maybe like that's
and that's what this is for.
Like no burning. Like what is smooth? Like
when I say smooth, I mean like there's no really pronounced kind of flavor notes. It's fairly mellow and there's not a whole lot of burn, right? That's okay. Pretty much what I would describe. Mags, you said not a strong taste.
Usually
but consistent at the same time.
Usually some harsher whiskeys, I would describe them as almost having like a bite to them because they burn the back. Like this whiskey doesn't burn to me. It feels like it just warms, and that's a very smooth whiskey in my opinion.
So
I've had pretty biting ones.
Somebody here, keep your thoughts in mind. Ooh. And you can judge how your knowledge and our ability to describe things, which your knowledge probably exceeds our ability to describe things.
Definitely mine.
I like the color. I do like the color.
Does.
Honestly,
it's a gold. It's a nice little golden. It's a nice
great color.
Yeah. It's not dark because some whiskeys, depending of what they are, they're very dark or they're very, very light. And I like the color. It's a balanced color.
What makes it balanced?
You guys,
like, not too dark, not too light, that type of deal.
It depends on, I think, the length of time it's been in the whiskey barrel and
type of wood as well.
And the type of wood, so it absorbs the color of the wood in a sense, or the wood sap.
Yeah, so
I'll be honest.
I'll be charred. Yeah.
All right, I'll be honest, everybody. I am I've always struggled with understanding, taste terms and all that because it's subjective. So. Yes. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I don't mean to sound like an ass if I ask questions.
I think that's totally fair. Honestly, like I had a conversation with somebody about that just this last week, and I was describing something as nutty that they were describing as like almost like kind of fermented, almost like and as we like talked around it, we realized that we were describing the same thing. So, all right, before we get too far drinking down this. What I want you guys to do is add like basically 1 drop of water. So
1 drop of water.
I have a little straw here, so I'm going to do this.
Oh, I didn't grab a straw.
So I just put 1 drop of water in there. You can just dip your fingers and kind of splash if you want to do that.
Okay.
Just a tiny little bit of water. There you go. We got.
So just put it in and then just take it out. And
I did it.
Yep.
Okay, so just a couple of drops.
Water. Just one drop.
So
all right, well,
so this is basically designed to just like sit on top. It kind of breaks the surface tension of the whiskey. Will protect your nose a little bit from the fumes, and is gonna open it up just a little bit and give it a smell again.
Excuse me.
It smells good.
It almost smells like I smell more of the smoke part, but it's not as heavy.
Definitely.
Yeah, the smoke part is a little bit more enhanced, but it's not I mean, I like it because I like wood fire and I'm a pyro, so it's kind of like, oh.
All right, let's take a taste.
Nowhere near the burn.
Yeah.
So remember, that was 1 drop of water. Would you say that it was changed? Do you like it better or you like it less?
Honestly, no preference. I like both.
Okay. I like both.
I'm a person. It depends on the type of whiskey, I guess, or it depends on my mood. But most of the time, I like my whiskeys to be pure, like straight, no interference from outside. Yes, I am very much a pyro. I like mine to be as pure as possible because I want it from its base form, and I don't like external forces to interfere, so to speak.
So I kind of agree with that. I typically drink neat, but we're about to do the total opposite of this because this is not about what I like. In fact, full disclosure to everyone, I know what all of these are, so I'm trying to limit kind of what I'm saying about them because this is not a blind taste test for me. I'm looking at the bottle, right? So I don't want to give them ideas on what it should taste like based on what I know it tastes like, right? So we tried it neat. We tried it with a drop of water. You got a little bit left in your glass. I'd say look at how much you got in there and add like half that amount of water. So it should basically be like 2/3 whiskey, 1/3 water, and just kind of eyeball it and see how that goes.
One place that I went to when I went on when I went out to Louisville, Kentucky for a convention, and my parents and some friends of ours, we kind of did our own bourbon tour, and we just kind of stopped into Woodford Reserve, and one of the things that they suggested to taste with some, especially bourbons, but is like even have a little piece of chocolate, and then take a sip. And sometimes they'll say just breathe with your mouth open so you can get some of the fumes into your mouth first. It's like all these little techniques, and it's just like it
I heard about that. I've heard about the chocolate.
Yeah, and eating the chocolate beforehand. Eating the chocolate beforehand, it's like, wow, it almost enhances the whiskey.
Now does it matter? Like, does it have to be like dark chocolate, like very,
I don't think it really
sweet, or does it matter?
I would say yes, but I'm biased. I hate milk chocolate and I love dark chocolate.
Oh my God, Pips, we're best friends now.
We drink whiskey and eat dark chocolate like good people should.
Dark chocolate's better for you, y'all.
Well, that's true. It's all the antioxidants. It's
it's good for the blood too.
All right, let's take a little. So that, to me, decidedly less on the nose.
Oh, I think I might have poured too much water in this.
Lady Balefire says, "F yeah, dark chocolate."
Yeah.
I don't really notice too much of a cut in the warmth, or maybe it's just my palate now has that on already layered on there. I do notice it does taste a teensy bit sweeter, and maybe because I'm just maybe my palate's a little different because I've been drinking a lot of whiskey, so it's kind of, maybe I'm picking up on more subtle things, but on the tip of the tongue it tastes a little sweeter, but it's not overpowering or anything. Like it's complementary to it, in my opinion.
And Nathan is saying dark chocolate is just like pineapple on pizza, aka great, I think is what he's trying to say. We're starting fights in your chat, Nerdporial. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't like pineapple on pizza either. It's in my Italian family. Really? They're like, no.
Really? I will throw this out there. My mom lived in Rome until she was 18 years old and came to the U.S. to go to college. So like we have a wood fire pizza oven at our house. Like you can cook 6 pies in it, right? And like We do pizza right. But me personally, like Chicago style pizza isn't pizza, right? But it is good. Right? Like
okay.
Like
okay.
it's like its own thing, right? It's called pizza, but like it's not Italian pizza, right? And so Italian pizza, that's what pizza is. And then you have Chicago style pizza, which is its own thing. And then you have kind of like American pizza, which is like, you know, popularized by your like Domino's, sort of like Pizza Hut, like the pizza that everyone thinks of.
Yeah.
And Hawaiian style, like American pizza, is good. Like it tastes good.
I
forget
that it's Hawaiian.
No, it is not. It is absolutely not. If you're making a Neapolitan style, if you're making like a true Italian wood fire pizza and you throw pineapple on it, you're doing something wrong. As my Italian cousins
have you ever seen channels where like you have real Italians like reacting to this and they're like, oh my gosh, this is garbage. This is
every family reunion ever where I talk to them about putting pineapple on pizza, like that's yes.
Yeah,
all right.
It's basically it's basically Western Cali style pizza, and it's like no.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Slangeva, I'm going to finish this off.
Yep, already finished.
And as the Irish say, slancha.
I thought the Irish speak English.
So I'm gonna just rinse my glass out here a little bit.
You're gonna be causing a fight on your stream here in a minute, Brian.
I know, it's so good. I'm gonna just rinse the glass out with a little bit of water. All right. So what were our thoughts on that one? It sounds like if I'm putting words in your guys' mouths, basically we like that one neat, right?
I almost like this. This is good because it's got a nice smoky flavor, and it makes me feel like I could have it by the fire with a cigar in my hand.
Yeah.
Because it's not too overpowering, but you know, because if you're gonna have your tobacco cigar, you know, leaves or whatever, and then you have the whiskey. You don't want flavors to conflict, and I feel like this is a good complement to a cigar.
How would a flavor conflict?
It depends on the flavoring of the cigar. Like I like to smoke small,
like the cigarillas.
They're not really cigarillas. I don't know how else to describe them, but you can get them at the cigar store. I only do that for like special occasions or like a random night, and it's a flavor that I've always liked. It's either like an Irish coffee flavor. So, but it's not very heavy, and it's just small enough where it's like I'm done after that. But this would be a really good one to have.
Fruit on pizza. The next thing you'll tell me is tomatoes on pizza. Exactly. That is my argument. Every time my Italian family just is so horrified by pineapple, I'm like, first of all, pizza was truly invented in America. Without tomatoes, pizza is nothing. and then the fights start, and I'm like, yeah, before the New World, you Italians were eating like buttered noodles. Like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, and I heard they got their noodles from China.
I'm a shit starter. I like to just stir things around.
You just like to cause a lot of havoc, don't you?
Exactly. All right, so I thought everybody liked that one neat. I think you're right. Smooth, a little smoky.
Yeah, I agree.
You went sort of the wood fire kind of smoke. It sounds like Brian sounds like he just said that it was good. Is that fair?
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not as descriptive because I don't know how to describe it, to be honest.
Well, it does take time, because I know I've had I suppose you're a fan of freaking, and no, I am not. Trip, I'm not.
I hate anchovies.
Don't put me in that category. Don't. But it is a little hard, Brian, to really get that kind of taste and if you're not familiar with other whiskeys either. So it takes time.
I'm gonna help him do, because whiskey number 2, which we're moving here, is very similar. Yeah.
Are we gonna know what number 1 was?
Not until we're done.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. Whiskey number 2, very similar, but it's finished in a different barrel.
Oh, like a steel barrel?
So they're very similar. They are both I don't want to give too much away. Very similar, but they're finished differently. So again, give yourself a nice pour here. That's probably too healthy of a pour for me. I'm gonna get wasted.
What's up, Lyle? How you doing?
Hey, Lyle, how are you?
Hi, Lyle.
Let's see. He's just coming and stopping by. Well, hey, we appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, we definitely.
So I immediately this is a little more golden in color, in my opinion.
I would agree. A little darker, a little more golden. Yeah, I'd agree.
So you said half again?
Yep. Just approximately. The main thing is like we just want to have enough so that you can pour yourself some later. and now after we talk about what they are and you decided which ones you like more than others, you can finish it off with some unadulterated pours.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what do you guys think of this one's nose?
I don't smell any smokiness at all. It's very light. It's not
like it's not
Brahmable. I would agree with that. When they've diluted it from cask strength down into sort of bottled proof, sometimes it is a little bit harder. That's one of the reasons some of my favorites are cask strength. Just a good cask strength is just real nice. Do you guys get any sweetness, any smoke, any salts, what do you guys get off this?
How do you smell salt?
Think of like the smell of the ocean. That like saltiness in the air. That's kind of.
Yeah, I've only been in the ocean a few times, so.
Okay, fair. All right, well, let's take a little sip.
This is definitely a little sweeter than the last one.
Felt it on the roof of my mouth and going down. Feel a little burn in the tongue.
For me, it doesn't have the same burning as the other one.
No.
It could be too that now my palate is a little numbed out or something like that.
I like how Gray spelled whiskey wrong.
Whiskey. Have you been drinking Gray?
It's not wrong. It's a national debate. So
there's EY and then there's Y. Yeah.
Exactly. The rule of thumb, this isn't actually why it's spelled this way, but it is a good rule of thumb that I haven't found one that this doesn't work for. If the name of the country contains an E, they spell whiskey with an E. If the name of the country doesn't have an E, there's no E in whiskey. So for example, Scotland, no E. It's whiskey with a Y. Canada, no E, whiskey with a Y. America, there's an E, or United States of America, if you want to be Stanford University. There's an E in there. Ireland, there's an E in Ireland. There's an E in whiskey. Also, Japanese whiskeys do not use an EY. So it's a good rule of thumb if you're trying to figure out how to spell it. But there you go. There you go. And it looks like Gray is on top of it.
Yeah, it's really, there's no really right or wrong way. It's just dependent on where. Yeah. Sometimes it's dependent on where the whiskey is coming from, like
exactly.
Pip said. So like a lot of Irish whiskeys, they spell it with an EY. So if you look at the bottle, you'll see EY.
And Gray, to answer your question, so there's the 6 that we're doing for this flight, and then I probably have like at least another 6 more, and that's just different types. Most of the ones that I really like, I typically have 2 or 3 bottles kind of on like in my cabinet. One of the ones that I really like, I think I have 5 bottles of right now because I found it on a deal and I bought a flat. So it doesn't affect my work, so I'm not an alcoholic. Leave me alone.
Nobody's judging here, y'all. Don't do that.
Okay, so compared between this one and the previous one, what do you guys think?
Definitely a little sweeter.
I would agree. Yeah.
There's a little bit more sugar. It doesn't have much of a smell, in my opinion. I mean, I can smell it, but it's not.
No, it doesn't.
It's very, very light. I would say it does warm, but it doesn't go all the way in the back. Like it just kind of, it's more in the upper part of my palate.
I would agree. Less warmth. I right now, I think we're hitting the same things. I would say a little bit sweeter, a little lighter, less of the smoke, less warmth.
So warmth is basically like just a burning sensation.
Yes. Just imagine, just imagine hot sauce level, like, and then the watering it down, and those are your different levels, variation of levels of hotness. Oh my God, Dempsey!
I think his wife was his
Max
wife
has done this to other people.
Yeah, I think his wife was here earlier too.
Hi, Krista. But yeah, it's
I said a little lighter, Trip. So between this one and the one we had, which one do you guys prefer, do you think? Nicely, AB. That sounds like a good drink, to be honest.
I feel like
it would be better with the splash of bourbon in it, but you know.
I feel like the first one is good for like an after dinner, like with a cigar after dinner drink kind of thing or whatever. This one would be good with like if you're relaxing and you're having some desserts with it, because it's got that little sweetness, but it's not heavy, and it's light enough where it doesn't overwhelm either, and it will complement sugar. But that's just me.
Oh man, I am really loving these comments based on the reveal later. Like I think you guys are going to be happy with what you're picking up.
Are we going to be happy?
So
really,
good, guys. This is so good. we have some real expert. Mags is crushing this, really. Yes, all right, let's do a drop of water. Let's do a drop of water.
Well, we didn't hear Brian. Brian didn't.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna add my drop, but you can start.
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, they're different. I guess I'll go with the first one. I don't know. First one just kind of stood out more. Maybe it's the smoke. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what. I'll just say it's the smoke. The smoke kind of stood out. This one. You barely can smell it. The first one, had a better aroma, had a better,
okay,
more pleasing to the senses, I guess. I mean, my opinion.
Okay.
This had some sensation going down, probably more than the first one. Yeah, this one was a little bit on the sweeter side, so I'm with the Mags, and I feel embarrassed that I don't know how to describe it or even remember the taste.
Whoopa, you need to be have classes on that.
Yeah. All right, so we got a drop of water.
Yep.
We got a drop of water. Did you put a drop in yours as well? And then
no, I didn't. Not yet. So just a single drop.
This is interesting to me. Mags, tell me what you get.
Okay, there we go.
I smell the salt.
See, I smell.
It almost smells like a little salted caramel, just a teeny bit.
Okay, I could see that.
Is that what
I smell a little more of the smoke. To me, I smell a little more of the smoke than I did without the water. Let's take it.
I definitely smell something. It definitely more poignant than without the water. I agree.
Oh man, I taste the smoke.
Oh,
more on that.
I listened to Brahma Bull. Open your mouth up a little bit.
Oh my gosh! Whoa!
And now I just smelled the smoke a little bit in it too.
Ooh, that one drop of water did that. Holy shit! Excuse my language.
Brahma Bull is dropping some knowledge over here.
He's the true expert.
Man. He's going to be on our next stream. Woo! Okay, Nerd Poro, you had a strong reaction there. What do you got for us?
I felt it was a strong sensation. I mean, yeah, there was some warmth, there was some what other things did you say, Mags? Yeah, there was some smoke. There's some
heat.
It didn't. There was some heat. Definitely some heat. Just from a single drop of water, I can't believe it. I had no idea. I had no idea this is
Dempsey. This one hits home here. I had some nice 18-year-old single malt once, and there was like a kind of a graduation thing going on, and I finished my bottle, and I poured out some glasses for some friends of mine, and we did a toast. And I was like, hey, it was, great last, 6 months or whatever with you guys. Cheers, whatever. And I take a sip of mine, and 3 out of the 4 of them just like shoot it like it's rail tequila. And I have seldom been closer to punching a friend in the face.
Oh.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Maybe like most things, 18 to 25 is just a good age.
She's not the only one. Nice.
Okay. So big changes for Nerdporial over there. I would agree. Big changes.
It's definitely a lot more. The smoky flavor is coming out. Why do you have me up here?
Because I'm the bottom of the barrel right now.
He's the bottom. He's the bottom B.
That's not what I meant.
So what you're telling me is that you like to be the bottom.
Didn't say that. There was no subtext there. No subtext there.
But definitely
Dempsey. Oh man, that's good. The views of the chat do not represent the views of Nerdporial.
Yes.
I didn't say anything. I only do that when there's something when there's something blatantly political being said by a certain by a certain awesome channel.
Zach's bottom-porial. That's fantastic.
It's already happening, y'all.
It's not true. It's not true. Okay. It's impossible.
But I do like that it is a little bit warmer and the smoke comes out a little bit more.
Yeah,
it does.
Agree with
it does.
What you guys are saying.
Yeah.
Do we want to add a little more splash of water here? A little more splash of water. See what that does to it.
Okay. What constitutes? Excuse me. What? All right.
So again, I would say
a splash.
So like right here, I have maybe a half ounce, maybe an ounce. I don't know. It's something in there. And just like I said, try and make it so it's about 1/3 water, 2/3 whiskey. The idea being basically like if you were to like drink, whiskey on the rocks and you kind of let the ice melt into it, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be cold. The chilling process changes the flavor a little bit as well, but we're just trying to try it with different amounts of water so that you can kind of taste that and see what you think in terms of the flavor. 1 drop made a big difference, right? So,
Oh yeah, there's smoke there.
Yep, I'm feeling it.
Man, Drunkporial is going to be legitimately slammed, even on these half shots. No. By the time we get through 6 of these, it's going to be fantastic. I'm loving this, guys.
I'm not even feeling it.
Mags and I are over here like, dude, pull your shit together, man.
No, that's not true. Drunkporial, like my title says, it's a myth. All right, cheers.
The smokiness is definitely coming.
He's shooting it down. Drunkporial's a myth. He's shooting it down, though, guys.
Oh my gosh, Nos! Yes, my me and my family, when we would travel as kids, we would play that song. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of beer on the wall.
I prefer the Power Rangers version where Rita is in the dumpster and she's like 99 bottles of slime on the wall. That's if I had to do that, that's the one I prefer.
So I will admit, full disclosure, this way of drinking it with like a fair amount of water is not the way that I prefer whiskeys. So like neat or with a single drop is how I've preferred both of the 2 that we've had here.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you guys' thoughts? Are you kind of with me on this? In which case we can just do those 2 kind of tastings and take a few more sips of each, get a better understanding for like the kind of drop of water versus the neat? Or are you guys liking the 3-tiered kind of taste? What are you guys thinking?
For me, I like trying to taste it at different tiers, because that way maybe it might surprise me.
Okay.
But I know sometimes some people do like whiskey with a splash of water.
I know plenty of people who drink it that way.
So for me, it's almost like if somebody's going to be watching the stream, it's good to have the knowledge of, or three people giving their takes on it. So I don't know.
That's a fair point. Although if somebody's watching this stream, I mean, there are 12 of you right now, and I mean, hopefully you're drinking with us, to be honest.
That's why I put in the Twitters, like, bring your own booze, guys, join us.
Hey, and if you haven't already, please hit that like button.
Oh, yes, exactly. Please do that.
Consider joining. Consider joining the Reporial Continuum too, by the way.
It's not my preferred. I'll put it that way. I don't want to speak ill of any distilleries or what they're doing. I picked things that I like. I didn't pick anything that is like really, crazy top shelf stuff. The idea here was mostly because when Drunk Poria and I started talking about this, he was like, I don't know what type of whiskey to kind of start with. And so I'm like, well, what you should do is you should try several different styles and figure out what appeals to your taste. And then once you find kind of like, hey, I like Irish whiskeys, or I like Scotch, or I like bourbon, then you can start going into kind of the interesting, the different ones that you can find that are a little more kind of, top shelf varieties, and find something that you really, really like. So I didn't want to go too far. Yeah. That is, yeah, you know what? That is an exercise constraint, I guess. I'll put it that way. Brown will tell you what, how ridiculously good is your whiskey collection? Because if you want, I can send you.
You haven't seen his stream.
You need to see his stream.
He's got shit tons right behind him.
Like,
man,
yeah.
All right, Brown Bull, are you on Discord? Does Corporeal have your Discord?
Let me see.
He does have a Twitter. He does have a Twitter account. I don't think he's on Discord. I think he's on Gilded.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, we can do this real easy. Even though Brown Bull, if he's got all of that selection, is probably going to make fun of me for going like, such bottom shelf stuff. If you guys both promise to look away from the screen, I can show everybody else who's watching what we're drinking.
Well, let's stay on screen, and Brian, you and me just do this.
There you go. We're not watching. Okay, guys. So I said item 1 and 2, which are not my favorites by any means, but I think that they're reasonably good, are similar, but finished differently. So drink 1 and drink 2. There you go. So this one here is the first one that we had, and then this one is the second one. That should be good enough that anyone can track that down if they want to try and figure it out. Drink 3, which is the next one we're doing here, is a little bit of a different one, and that is right there. So if you guys have some available or something similar and would like to drink along, that's what it's going to be. And with that, I'll just, before we do our tasting, so you guys can put your hands down, before we do each tasting, I'll hold it up to the camera and people can try and figure out if they have something similar.
You saying I can take the bag off my head now?
Yes.
I didn't realize you were going to put a bag on your head.
Well, I mean, seriously, this is serious.
Drunk Poreal is whiskey boarding himself.
I don't know what that means.
Whiskey boarding.
All right, where's my hat?
All right, so Brownable, just if you have something similar to what we're drinking next, absolutely go for it. I encourage everyone, if you have some, go for it. And let's see, we added our water. Let's try this one with the dash of water. This is the second drink that I just held up there a little bit ago.
Wait, so are we doing number 3 now?
Nope. No. Oh, did you guys already? You guys already shot your last
we
one.
did.
Okay, I'm behind. I was busy doing stuff. Okay.
Get with the program.
Slancha.
Salute.
Remember to rinse your.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Rinse the glass. A little water in there. A little swirl. Okay.
Remember, chat. Don't reveal the whiskey.
Don't tell us who they are. Don't tell us who they are.
The only whiskey that is revealed is because and this is just a recap, but the only whiskey that is being revealed is the Angel's Envy, and that was because one of the bottles that was sent to me was broken in pieces, so that's why. So that's the only whiskey that's revealed. Yep. Keep it.
All right, so. Number 3, which I just revealed here. Close your eyes again. I'll reveal it one more time for anyone who's just joining us. All right, there they go. This is going to be whiskey number 3. Unbeknownst to our heroes, but knowinst to us. You guys can uncover your eyes. And let's go ahead and give ourselves a nice little pour.
All right.
All right. And I'm going to give myself off camera here so you guys don't see. Give myself a little pour. All right. Color first. What do you guys think?
Looks kind of like the first one, I think.
Yeah.
Golden,
okay.
golden.
I can see that. I can see that. Looks kind of like the first one.
It looks a little lighter. I don't know. Maybe
lighter than the first one or lighter than the second one?
Lighter. I feel like it's lighter than both of them.
It's not. I don't know. I thought it was. I don't know.
Maybe it's my lighting or something, but I feel like this one's not as dark. But
all right. I think it is. I'd put it as similar to number 1, a little lighter than number 2 is how I'd put it. But that's guessing. And I'm wearing sunglasses.
It is. It's dark outside. All right. I'm wearing sunglasses.
Ooh, this one smells very different. This one smells very different.
I don't know how to describe this.
Oh man, this is probably my favorite of what it is. So for those of you guys who saw what it was, my favorite example of what this is. All right, let's take a sip. That is like water with like a little bit of like herbal grassiness, maybe.
I don't see that.
And like a little bit of maple is kind of what I get. You guys, what you guys?
No, I don't get any of that.
Nope.
Okay, Mags, what are you tasting?
I don't know how to describe it, but it reminds me of rubbing alcohol.
Mags does not like this. I should caveat. I said it's my favorite example of what it is. It's not a thing that is my favorite to drink. This is the only bottle. This is the only bottle of this type of thing that I have. So like, it's not something I typically drink, but if I'm going to drink some, it's a thing.
It's not sitting on my palate right or whatever.
Drunk Puriel, Brian, what are you thinking? You look like you're not a fan.
I just don't know. It tastes like alcohol. It tastes like I feel the same. The same.
Okay. You guys want
sensation?
Burns
going down.
I definitely taste the maple on the tip of my tongue, but the back, it's not pleasant. I don't know what it is. It's just not sitting right with me.
Want to try with the dash of water and
yeah.
Okay.
Wait, so we're not doing the drip?
No, we are doing the drip.
Hey, we are. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, because there's the drip and then there's the dash of water, the splash of water.
Sorry. I I mixed terminology on you. Did you put a bunch of water, or you just put like a little?
Well,
bit?
I mean, I tried to drip, or there might be 2 or 3 drips or something.
That's fine. That's
just
fine.
just like in the Great Hunt with Mineptune.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, we're ballparking here. This is okay. Anything different with the water in there?
It felt a bigger sensation when going down. I feel a bigger sensation in my throat, like a warm sensation, burn sensation, whatever you call it. I'm sorry, I'm not as articulate.
That is a lot sweeter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it tastes a lot sweeter, and it tastes.
But also, I taste more of the alcohol, which is weird.
See, this time I don't.
How do you taste sweetness?
On the tip of your tongue.
All right, wait. Let me try. Wait, maybe. Yeah.
I feel a big thing in my throat. Who said that? It wasn't me.
I don't know.
Oh man, Dempsey is right. You're doing fine. We're just having a good time here.
No, I don't taste sweetness, or I don't know what you call sweetness.
I like this alcohol better with the drops of water. Surprisingly, I'm usually a purist, but this it tastes a little bit better with the water.
Boris Yeltsin. Boris fucking Yeltsin. Jesus. Excuse me. Boris Yeltsin. Boris Yeltsin wasn't bald, by the way. He had full head of hair. Bastard.
So, Brahma Bull, I feel like you and I are on the same page here. I also, like I said, I intentionally picked up this bottle to have because I wanted to do different varieties kind of around the world, look at some different stuff. It's not a thing that I typically drink, but this one is among the better ones. Also, it takes water from a place that has a little bit of a family connection with where they get their water that they dilute from cask strength with distillery.
Oh come on, Easton.
What?
I find it funny. I don't know. It's cute, I guess. Chocolate milk. He's getting chocolate
milk shots.
All right. So I think we all agree this one's probably not our favorite. We want to just add a little more water, see what that does to it, and move on.
Yeah,
sure.
I think that's yeah.
So the same idea, 1/3 or whatever, 1/3 water.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I'm probably putting less than 1/3. I'm probably doing like maybe 20% of the sort of water by volume.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't measure. Do by feeling. Just do by feeling.
Oh, like
any of you guys watch
like Modern Entertainment by feeling, of course.
Yes, exactly.
In the hallways,
that's why we're here. Modern Entertainment. We're updating whiskey for a modern audience.
Oh no. All right.
Oh man. Okay. Yep. Take bottom Poriel's keys.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I think he's at home. I
feel like by adding the water, a little bit more water. I'm usually a purist, but with this, I like extra. I like the water.
That one, yes. Mags, yes. Brahma Bull, I agree. I 100% agree. This one, I actually, I usually drink this mixed. I'm gonna throw that out there. This one and a mixer is typically what I would drink this with.
Okay.
Specifically, a ginger ale or something like that. So a whiskey ginger. This is one of the things that I would probably throw in with that. If I was going to have a whiskey ginger.
I can see that because usually I don't like mixing. Especially if it's a good whiskey, it's kind of like, nah, you want it to stand out by itself. But something
I'll make a really good cocktail with a good whiskey, right? Like an old fashioned or something like that. Something that is spirit forward, right? But if I'm drinking something rail, like I don't have a problem with making, like a bourbon 7 or a whiskey ginger or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to be crazy. All right. This to me, yeah, it's a little more mellow, a little better, but still nothing nothing to write home about. That's my
Yeah.
thoughts here. What do you guys?
I think I might put too much water in.
I honestly, number one is still standing out for me. And maybe
Okay.
maybe I'm just kind of one of those types. I don't know. I like both 1 and 2, but this one's not my favorite. It's my least of the three so far.
Bravo Bull, man. Did we just become best friends? Oh man. Where was that other one there? There you go. Nosferatu. Yeah, Jameson and ginger ale. It does the job. It's one of those, like, if I'm going to a bar that is not a whiskey bar, like it's like a karaoke bar or just like random, like mostly they have beers, like just cracking bottles and, pouring shots or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to something like that, I'll probably get like a whiskey ginger, because it's like, cool. If you put, Crown Royal and ginger ale, like, it's going to be drinkable. It'll get the job done. And
right.
it's going to be, it's not going to be so offensively priced for what you're giving me. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you guys better with more water? Is that the consensus?
Yeah. That's my opinion.
No, mine tasted like water when I put it in. So
because you put too much.
Yeah. That's
all right.
I
would like to say that for me, easily the least favorite of the three that we've done so far. Would you guys all agree?
Yep.
I don't know. It's really hard to compare. Like,
which Probable would of course agree with, because he and I are on the same page here, which is like, that stuff is like not something you keep in the house.
So what did you dislike the most about this then? I'm trying to understand.
It was not nearly as smooth as the other two. The other two are way smoother. I mean, like none of the real alcohol taste kind of in the back of the tongue. There was more actual flavor and character. That one, for me, I got like a little bit of grassiness and earthiness, and like a tiny little bit of like some like toasted barley, toasted grains, that kind of taste. But like very subtle, like not much of it. That's why I said, to me, that one was like water with like the very first one was like watered down whiskey. It was really light. That's how I tasted it, at least.
Yeah.
Mags, you look like you're thinking about it.
No, it's just I was responding to some questions in the chat. Gray was like, "How are you feeling, Mags?" And I'm like, "I'm fine."
Yeah, Mags is like, "I'm Irish. This is fun."
I'm Irish, German, Polish, and Italian.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. The Italians are known for being able to hold their drinks, but the other ones there are good. So.
Yeah.
All right. I've cleaned my glass out. If you guys this is the one that we all know. So this one, if you guys are keeping back at home, some Angel's Envy. So this right here, this is some Kentucky straight bourbon. So this is American whiskey bourbon, which means it's at least 50% corn. It has to be greater than 50%, often said as 51%, right? So, 51% corn, has to be aged in new barrels, so no seconds. And this one right here, I think, is actually a very good bourbon, especially for the price. Like you're looking at something that is very, very nice and tasty. So I think we'll get a nice change off the previous one. So, all right. I'm probably giving myself aggressive pours for what we're doing here, but I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this too. It was a lot of fun, man.
So definitely darker, right?
Yep, definitely darker.
Which how can you tell? Typical. Like this doesn't look that much different. Like, how do you tell? Sorry, I don't mean to sound like an ass, but like, how can you tell? And
yes, Browable. Now you understand exactly why I picked this. This is not a bottle that I keep in the house, but it is what I go by if I'm going to get a bourbon for somebody who's like, I don't really drink that much, but they wanted to try. I do normally buy them this bottle. So
I have a confession. I have tried this. So this is when you told me what it was. I was like, oh, I've had this at a couple of parties.
Yeah, none of these are like, they're not necessarily supposed to be something you've never had before. I've had all of these.
You said this was bourbon, right?
It's Kentucky straight bourbon. Yeah.
Kentucky straight. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So straight means that it's aged at least 2 years. Bourbon, if it's aged at least 3 years, they don't have to give an age statement. If it's aged 2 years, they just have to call it straight. And then less than that, they have to give how many months. So
I see. I'm a total normie when it comes to this stuff, so bear with me.
That one, it's got some spice, right? A little bit.
It's so warming. I love it. It's so good.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. It's feeling the tip of my tongue right now. Right, yeah.
It's definitely
really feeling that.
It definitely has a little bit more body to it, so it's can stand out on its own.
What does that mean? More body to it.
Well, it's not as light. So the first
lots.
The first two were rather light in comparison to this one, in my opinion. And
which is typically true of bourbons compared to a lot of other whiskeys, because it's those new barrels,
Yep. And it definitely has a slight sweetness to it, but it's not heavy. And then it's got that warming effect, but it's not burning. It's not like biting or scratching at the back of your throat. It's actually really soothing, almost like a comfort, like a hug.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, Max. That's actually a great comparison.
Yeah,
I'm being hugged right now.
Yes, you are. You're being hugged.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
And I'm going to cry. Just like
also, the thing with bourbon that's interesting is bourbon has a pretty varied mash bill compared to a lot of other whiskeys, right? So you can have a bourbon.
What goes in the bourbon exactly? It's like oats or
51% corn, and then after that, it's typically going to be wheat, rye are the two main additionals, and then sometimes you see barley. Right?
Okay.
Would you agree with that, Mags? You're more a bourbon girl than I am a bourbon guy. I like bourbon, but you've done the whiskey trail. So would you agree with that? It's obviously corn, and then mostly wheat and rye.
Yep.
But sometimes you see some barley in there, right?
Yeah. It just depends on what the level is, or I forgot the terminology they used, but it was. Yeah, it has to be 51% for it to qualify as a bourbon. It has to be 51%. What was it again? Corn? Yeah, corn. Oh my god.
Oh, that's classic. Dempsey. Dempsey is my favorite. I like Dempsey. He's a good guy.
We have a love-hate relationship, me and Dempsey.
I love Dempsey. But I love how Trip says Max has created a new bourbon brand. Bourbon Hugs. Yes. That is why it's great. Constructed to be bourbon, and it's a little burn and kind of coats because it's exactly. So it's not some bourbons, depending on what they are and depending on what part of the shelf they are on, tiers of shelves. Some bourbons are really biting, and some people just go, ooh, like whatever. They're not used to that.
It's that fresh barrel char can be pretty aggressive. That's one of the reasons bourbons are typically way younger than a lot of others. So Scotch, when you're looking at Scotches, you're typically looking at like a 12-year. A 12-year is considered like fully mature as a Scotch, and sometimes they go way older than that, right? But like 12-year Scotch is like most distilleries, their 10 to 12 year is like that's their thing, right? Bourbons, though, a lot of them are, the 2-3 year mark. So straight bourbons or just bourbon, no age statement. So a lot younger. And
interesting. I didn't know that. So why that long for Scotch? Is it just that's the only way to get the flavor profile correct or something?
Well, it has to be aged at least a minimum of either 2 or 3 years in Scotland to be called Scotch. So it has to be a little bit longer just to be Scotch in general. And then the other thing is I do think that it has to do with the barrels being seconds. So if the barrel has already been used for a previous, if it's already had bourbon made in it, for example, which a lot of Scotch barrels are bourbon seconds. Yeah. Then a lot of the wood char and the wood flavors and things like that have already been put into bourbon, right? And so now the wood barrel has mellowed out a lot and has a lot less flavor to give. And so you have to kind of age that barrel longer to be able to get more flavor out of the wood.
Okay.
I would highlight Godzillionaire's comment because this is something I think Brahma Bull has also said in past live streams I've seen him on. I still maintain there's a difference between a $10 bottle, a $20 bottle, a $50 bottle, and a $100 bottle. But past that, you're lying. And I think Brahma Bull has said that before. Brahma Bull, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know you've said something very similar to that regard. And
I don't understand. So it doesn't get in much difference after 100 if it's over $100 or something.
Generally when you're paying for something like that, it's scarcity, right? It's scarcity, not quality, is generally what you're getting. And Brahma Bull, yep, there you go. So he said this, like I said, 51% corn, at least 80 proof. So that's typical for really any whiskey is going to be 80 proof. And the made in the US is kind of the other, and then barrel new. I don't think I said made in the US, which is a requirement of it. Some people think bourbon has to be made in Kentucky. Not true. It just needs to be made in the US.
Virginia, where the state that I'm in, they have bourbon distilleries here. So
they have bourbon in New England. They have bourbon everywhere.
Yeah, it just has to be made in the US.
And I think he answered here, expensive doesn't necessarily make something good. Very true. And this goes to what I was saying before. So like Scotch is an example, right? So there are really fantastically expensive Scotches, but what I said about like 12 years being fully matured, and Brahma Bull, you can let us know what you think about this. So a 12-year Scotch is typically what the distillers like aim towards. Like that is where like they are aiming their flavor profile. And like, this is the example of our distillery. This is what we make here. This is our flavor profile. This is what we are. Right. Mm-hmm. And then after that, they do have some really interesting things, some really good things. They do tend to smooth out. They get some good stuff going, and out to like your 18 and 25s. Like there are some really fantastically good stuff. Right. But those 18 to 25s can often be had for like less than $200 a bottle, right? And then when you get into like the thousands or like the tens of thousands of dollars for a bottle of something, what you're paying for is just there's only one of these bottles.
So you said scarcity.
Like you're paying for scarcity.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what Brahma Bull is saying, that like there are a crazy amount of very expensive things, but like realistically, you can have a super amazing $100 to $200 bottle of something that is going to be great. And unless you're the master, sort of distiller, you probably can't really pick them out of a lineup between a $100 and like a $500 bottle. I certainly can't. 100% there. We are way sidetracked though.
I know. It's fun, isn't it? All this information.
Have we done a drop of water in this one yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think we have.
Okay.
I'm going to take another sip before I do. Yep. I 100% agree with that.
I agree with that.
I have one bottle that I typically buy at about $80 to $100 a bottle, but it's cask strength. So those tend to be a little pricier just because it's about 50% more proof. So it's less diluted. So the distiller is giving up stuff if they don't dilute it down to cask strength. So they're going to charge you for it. And then I have a bottle of some 18-year that's really good, but most of the stuff I get is in that $50 to $75 range. I would 100% agree with that.
I felt a little burn going down like in the roof of my throat.
I felt the burn almost up to my nostrils. My sinuses.
It didn't hit me like that.
But it didn't.
I'm still feeling it going down right now. I'm still feeling
actually this might cure my lingering cough from when I was sick.
There you go.
I prefer to do
Brahma Bull. I will not. Again, I won't claim to be an expert in anything. I will only claim to be a drunk. But I do like some Irish whiskeys and scotches. And in fact, we have
I love
an Irish
whiskey
coming up. I won't say which position it's in for our mags. I've already said too much. Dang it, Brahma Bull. I'm under the influence here. You're tricking me into revealing things.
I didn't see anything. I did not. But I do love well, Irish whiskey and bourbons are kind of like cousins, because a lot of the Irish who emigrated to Kentucky, that's where their influence came in. So
Dempsey's calling BS on a $20 bottle. Not so, Dempsey. Drunk Poriel himself bought a $17 bottle, which I impressed myself there. You showed me what it was, and we live in like totally different parts of the country. And I was like, what, you paid like $17 for that? And you were like, what, $16.99, right?
Yep, $16.99, the Ballantines. And I don't know if you saw it, but Salty made like a little meme. There's someone cleaning the car parts with WD-40, and he just overlaid it with the Ballantines. So you get the little spray coming out of the Ballantines cleaning auto parts and everything.
Man. We did a white elephant for Christmas, and somebody put in a bottle of Jack Daniel's Johnny Walker Black. And we were like trading it around, and they're like, don't you want some of this? You like whiskey? And I was like, yeah, I like whiskey, not paint thinner.
Yeah. Jack Daniels is not. Yeah. Jack Daniels is not.
It was Johnny Walker. I said Jack Daniels. Right? It was Johnny Walker Black Label. But yeah, anyway.
You know what's funny is my music teacher in high school, his name was Johnny Walker, and it's spelled exactly the same as the bottle. So when I first heard of the name of the whiskey, I was like, holy crap. And then he said black. I was like, oh my gosh. Because that's
great. Are you saying that you might have partaken in some of this dangerously cheap whiskey?
Dangerously cheap just means probably a good time.
Oh my.
Okay, so what do you guys think about this one?
It's definitely a little bit more heat to it, and I'd say
spicy. Would you guys agree spicy?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. I definitely tasted the spice.
Okay.
I think.
Would you also say a little bit of honey?
Honey.
Yes, definitely on the tip of the tongue. They're little sweet. Yeah.
Not sugary sweet, not saccharine sweet. Like, to me, it's honey. I think honey sweet. That's how I describe it.
Yeah, it's definitely not maple. It's definitely not that kind of stuff. It's not like a syrupy. Yeah, it's more honey.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me try that. Wait, so on the tip of the tongue, you say?
Tip of the tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it around in your mouth a little bit, like you're doing a mouthwash.
Anthro is correct. So it goes black, then red, then I think green.
Yeah, gold, honey doesn't burn like
blue. This. Blue being their highest, if I'm remembering correct on the Johnny Walkers. Green through blue are all fine. I mean, they're blended Scotch whiskeys. The green, like, I'm not a huge fan of Johnny Walker, and so like the green is like even the gold is like I would spend my money on a single malt, either one of those two. Blue Label is good, like it is good, but it's $200 a bottle, and for $200 a bottle I can buy 3 bottles of something that I like just as much. Okay,
in other words,
getting highlighted.
I mean, it's American honey.
We got people introducing themselves to Dempsey's wife. That's
Hi,
good.
Krista.
Dempsey is saying to roll it around in your mouth.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Jeez.
Lady Balefire, I have an unopened bottle of White Walker that really? I don't know what I'm saving for, to be completely honest. I like the original release White Walker. I have no idea what I'm saving it for, but every time I'm like, maybe I could have some of that, I'm like, I don't actually really like Johnny Walker that much, and so I drink something else instead. And so it's like,
so that was John the White. So the White Walker is the Johnny Walker. So it's Johnny Walker that made the Game of Thrones stuff.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right, Lady Balefire says it's one of her favorites. Lady Balefire, can you tell me, do you drink it on ice? You have to let me know. Okay, we're doing a splash of water now, right? A good splash.
I barely got much left. Oh.
All right.
There's definitely a little bit more smoke. It's not as. Yeah, there's a little bit more smoke.
Zillionaire, that's that's good. White Walker is the racist Johnny Walker.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I drank too much. I think I drank too much of the. I think I drank too much of it. I poured a little water, and it doesn't taste like water.
All right, I would not have thought to put it in coffee, to be honest. But
well, okay.
Whiskey and coffee is good in general. I've never put scotch in. I've never put any scotch in coffee. I'm sure that it's probably fine.
Irish whiskey and coffee go well together.
Yes, they do. They really do.
Oh yeah, I've had Irish coffee.
Okay,
Bailey's and coffee.
An Irish coffee is usually consists of course, coffee, bourbon, Bailey's.
Ooh.
As the cream, fresh whipped cream. What?
You guys want to hear my Pips's Irish latte?
Ooh,
it is guaranteed to excite your lady friends, to include Mags in this situation.
Is this to excite your lady friends or attract your lady friends?
Both. This is why my wife married me. She doesn't even drink coffee. Okay, so here's Pips's patented, trademarked Irish latte. So what I do is I do a double shot of espresso, and then with my espresso there, I add a shot of your preferred Irish whiskey. So you can do Jameson's, you can do fancier stuff than that if you want, but like whatever your preferred Irish whiskey is. And then I take my milk that I'm going to steam, so whole milk, and I add a shot of Bailey's to the milk. Mm-hmm. And then if you are a fan of flavored lattes, so, you're like pump a caramel sauce or whatever it is, you like your caramel or your mocha, pick a liqueur of that flavor. I like to use Kahlua because it comes in a billion different flavors and is cheap. So like salted caramel Kahlua, put a half shot of that in with the milk and the Bailey's. Mm-hmm. Steam and texture your milk and make a nice little latte with your steam textured milk, with your Bailey's, your liqueur. Add that into your Irish whiskey and espresso. Make yourself a little leaf on the top to really impress the ladies. And it tastes like magic. It is so good.
So what you're saying is you're sending an invite to me to come down and visit you when there's an Irish festival, and we can try this out.
It is, like I said, it's why my wife married me.
Did you propose with that?
No. I had to hook her way earlier with that. I mean, come on now. You guys have, you've pseudo met me. You wouldn't stay around here if there wasn't Irish lattes at the front side.
Oh my gosh.
Let me get a little sip here.
I've got them. Time to clean.
Ooh.
It's definitely a little spicier.
That shocks me that might be the favorite way of drinking that at this moment, at this time, in this reality. Damn it, I might actually like that better than I liked it neat.
You know what? I agree with Lady Bellfire. You should bartend for us.
That's going to be difficult. So streaming technology has not yet reached
No.
that level.
The ladies will go on vacation and we'll come.
Oh, the ladies are coming. The ladies are coming. Oh wait, damn it, that's going to get clipped.
I got you to say it.
Damn it. All right. What do you think, Brian? What are you thinking here? Of the three ways, what do you think?
I don't know. I like the I think I like the first way, the neat way.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. All right, Brian.
I think I don't. I mean, I'll be honest. When it's hard for me to remember flavor, it's really like it's I'm new to this. What can I say? Sorry, my answers are not interesting. I get it. I get it.
It's not you. It's the comment from Dempsey and Godzillionaire.
Oh man. Hey, you know what, Anthro? We might have to do this again. We might have to get Brahma involved. We might have to get all sorts of people involved. It seems like all of the people drink whiskey, which is good. That's good.
We need more whiskey drinkers. Yes. Well, and I know in Ireland, the phrase for alcohol in general, but it's called Ishki Baha. And Ishki Baha is a phrase called holy water. So that is the Irish way of saying that this is holy water.
That is, yeah. I mean, that's the origin of the term in Gaelic, right? So Irish and Scottish both was holy water or water of life or something like that between the different branches, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different variation of it, but Ishki Baha is how you say it. Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. I'm about it.
Now the bigger question is, does it ward off evil spirits? Does it ward off, possessed people?
Well, you're taking in good spirits to ward off bad spirits.
You're possessing yourself with good spirits.
Yes, so the best way to describe this is that at least in my faith, like your body's a temple.
When am I going to feel something?
Your body's a temple.
When am I going to feel something? I'm not feeling
your body's a temple, and if you're taking an Ishki Baha, which is holy water or water of life, it's cleansing
I think Easton is going. Easton, hey, thanks for swinging by. Enjoy the milk shots, the chocolate milk.
Chocolate milk shots.
I'm all hyped up on Mountain Dew.
Mountain
Dew. Yep. All right, are we all? Am I the last one holding out here? Are we all ready to move on?
I'm already moving on. Already ready for number 5.
All right, I'm going to clean my glass. We're going to go number 5, and All right, guys,
come by.
You guys got to close your eyes. Close your eyes, and here we go. Everybody else gets to see what we're about to take a little sip of.
Come on, Brian. You got to close your eyes.
Put the bag on your head, Brian. All right, guys. Everybody else, right here. This is what we're having. Very tasty stuff, guys. All right, it's hidden away. You can uncover yourself, and we're up to number 5. So,
oh my gosh!
Here we go. Here's number 5.
Funny. All right.
Wait, are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we're ready, Brian.
Oh, god damn. Sorry.
I feel, hey, what did you guys think? Was my handwriting good on those letterings? Like, I feel pretty good. I used like a silver.
They look pretty advanced for an 8th grader.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The numbers here? What are you talking
about? Cutting me deep. I used a silver paint Sharpie, and I held the pen with both hands to be very steady.
Were you chiseling some numbers?
No, I think they're better than mine by far.
All
right. So half like usual. Oops, I dripped some.
All right.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, number 5. So, all right, cheers.
Brian says the color is the same as always.
Oh. Okay, I do spot a slight difference. It looks kind of like a more greenish yellow here. At least in my room.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll go with it. All right. I love it.
I like how you're not taking my I like how you're not taking me seriously. But you know what? It's fine.
I'm like, is this
very seriously?
Is this some really bad pea color or something?
It didn't taste much. It's very weak. But at first. Okay, now I'm eating my words. Now I'm feeling a little bit something. Feeling like
Mags is contemplating the nature of her reality over there.
What? Just she's exploring her own personal maze to consciousness, like in Westworld season 1. Is that the nature that you're thinking?
Is this a scotch? Because I do like it.
You do like it, huh? Okay.
Maybe Pips will convince me to have scotch for once in my life.
So you do not like Pips. Wait. So Mags, you don't like scotch at all?
No, I've never had a good scotch.
Okay.
No matter how many times people try, help, they introduce me to something, whatever. I've not had a good scotch. I've not had a good, not necessarily a good experience. It just doesn't taste right to me or something. It tastes completely and utterly different.
You want to know where I first heard the word whiskey? Back to the Future Part 3, when Doc takes that one whiskey and it knocks his ass out. Like that's I was a kid. That's where I first heard where whiskey as a drink. And then the term scotch was actually from the clip that I just showed in the intro. The Scotty clip from The Trouble with Tribbles. That's why I first heard of scotch.
Trip, you're so wrong. So wrong.
What?
Blaine's Escape. So I just want to say scotch, the peatiness of scotch is very regional. It's distillery by distillery, right? So the peatiness in scotch, it's because it's called peatiness because you get that flavor when they use peat to generate the heat. So they literally burn peat to malt the grains in traditional scotch making. However, with modern sort of distillery stuff, they've really gone away from using peat.
What exactly is peat?
Basically, it's like
it's hard to describe.
Soil. It's soils.
It's dirt.
Yeah, it's basically compressed dirt and organic matter that floats on the top of a bog.
And a lot of times, especially in Irish history, peat was used a lot for keeping the Irish.
Thank you. Moss. It's organic matter and dirt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a moss brick in a way. It's basically it was used a lot for heating Irish homes, especially when they weren't allowed to have certain things under British rule. So
I still have some family members that still heat their house with peat. So
really,
yeah,
you can actually buy peat to just.
Oh, they have their own bog.
Yeah, you can you can actually buy peat so you can get peat smelling flavoring for like your fire outside or something. If you're
What I was going to say though is that not all distilleries actually still use peat. So especially in Speyside scotches, a lot of them have pretty much no peat flavor to their malt, just because they don't use the peat. They use electric furnaces to malt the grains. Islay scotches, some Highland scotches tend to have more of the peat, but it's really your Lagavulin and your stuff from the Isles is going to have that flavor. All right. What?
So, I know. I saw. That's why I giggled a little bit.
Classic. Okay. So, Mags, I got to ask. So, of the ones that we've ranked, I feel like, not to put words in your mouth, so you like this one, right?
I like this.
Obviously, you liked The Angel's Envy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you said you liked 1 and 2 as well, right?
I guess if I had to choose, I probably still would choose Angel's Envy, mainly because I'm probably a little bit more familiar with that. But I think with some of the like the first 2, there's almost specific for certain situations. Like the first one was definitely smoky, so I felt like that would be a perfect complement to like sitting by a fire and chilling out with a cigar and everything. And then the number 2, obviously number 3 was not my favorite. But number 2, I feel like it could be good for like not just an after, like they say like a liqueur or whatever. It's not really a liqueur, but it would be good to have even after dinner when you're sitting around with a bunch of friends or something like that, or you're having some dessert to go along with it as like a compliment to the dessert. But that, of course, number 3. I'm not going to speak too much on that, but I didn't mind the first 2. I think they were pretty good for what they were, and the different tiers of tasting them with water really changed their character too.
Okay. And what do you guys think of this one? Hey, Zombie Box. We are drinking various whiskeys. We are on whiskey 5 of 6 in our tasting, and we're just about to give ourselves a little. Hey, how do you feel about this one? So we're just starting out on this tasting here.
It's definitely different. Let me try it again.
So you said the Angel's Envy, the bourbon, was probably your favorite so far. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's fair. It's right in your wheelhouse. It's familiar, and it is a good bourbon. So there's no. Yeah,
and maybe there's a little bias with the familiarity. So I have to admit to that.
It does kind of suck. It's unfortunate that we had that broken bottle, but it is what it is. Hey, not everything is perfect. But okay, discounting that one. So take that one out here.
Okay.
Of the other 4 that we've tried so far, where would you kind of put them out?
I like this one better.
You can take more tips.
I like this one a little bit better because it
okay.
It can it's its own individual. Like, it stands out by itself. It doesn't need to be in a crowd. Doesn't need to be held up by anything or whatever. You can sip it. You can sip it after dinner. You can sip it before dinner or whatever, or you can sip it with dinner. It seems like it can go with a lot of. We talk about wine pairings and tastings with food and such. I feel like this can be good with a good meal, where it doesn't take away from the meal, but it's its own character as well. So it's like part of the meal, so to speak. Hi, Tim's Talk.
Tim's Talk, how are you?
I don't know if that's a really good way of describing something like that.
No, I mean, hey, this is all just your thoughts. Drunk Poriel, you've been contemplating, you've been thinking, you've been turning pink in the cheeks. What do you have for us?
It's.
Let me take another little sip here to sort my life out.
It's not. I mean, this one's not nearly as strong, I guess. I mean, I still have that same sensation in the roof and everything. So, I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My responses are not interesting enough.
Honestly, the only thing really that I'm hoping to get from you is like, which ones do you like and which ones do you not like?
I don't even know how to tell what I like. It's alcohol. They have the same effect. They have the same effect. I don't really.
Okay.
I'm still a novice to all this. Like I
guess do you dislike any of the ones we've had?
No.
Okay.
No. I don't even. Honestly, I don't know what to dislike or like. That's the thing. It's just.
And she drank it, Dempsey.
Not with the broken glass shards in the box. Man, you should have seen.
Some are stronger. Some are stronger than others. I'll say that. This one, I don't. If I remember correctly, this one doesn't have. We didn't even do the drip yet. Let's do the drip.
Yeah, let's do the drip. I agree.
All right, there you go. Let's do the drip.
Drink. I think Brom is 100% correct. So Mags and I are old hands. We have broken through the ethanol
barrier.
Are
you calling me old?
No, experienced. You and I are professional drinkers.
Classic. He meant to say classic. Because Mags is classic. I mean, me and her did Miracle on 34th Street. That's not classic. I don't know what is. So, yeah. I mean, this has a very strong. I mean, it has a nice little strong, nice little effect. Especially when it goes down and everything. And
so.
It brought a little bit more of the flavor. It brought more. I think this drip brought a little more of the flavor out. I mean, I felt like I was bringing a little bit of fire right there.
Brom,
like a dragon.
Did you see when I lifted this one up? So do you know what we're drinking? You can put in the comment. Just say like yes
That's
or
what
no.
she said, by the way.
Drinking. All right. What is this? So Blaine's saying from the same match with different barrels. You say that. I did that. That was whiskey. Well, as close as I can reasonably do. That was 1 and 2. Was that Blaine? So good thought. I had the same thought, and it's part of what we're doing. So this one is, I mean, it's an amazing example of what it is. So similar to number 3, this is not like the thing that I drink regularly, but unlike number 3, I actually do keep a bottle of this around because I do like it. I kind of get what you're saying, Mags. Like this is a very this is kind of a Swiss Army knife, right? Mm-hmm. Like it can do, it's pretty flexible, but at the same time, it's like not my favorite thing for any one circumstance. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons why like I keep a bottle of it, but I find myself very, very, very rarely drinking it, because when I have like 15 different, whiskeys, I feel like I always have the one for what I want. Mm-hmm. And so I never kind of go for like the Swiss Army knife one. But this is a nice one. I agree with that.
Did you guys do the splash yet? I already did mine.
I did splash mine.
All right. There we go.
All right. Sorry, I did the drop. Now I'm doing the splash.
Yeah, now I'm doing the splash. I think Brian's like
Brian's ahead of he's powering through. Drunk Poriel is honestly, he's like, yo, shots.
I didn't say that. I wasn't even thinking that. I don't know what that means. That's all myth. That's mythology. That's misinformation. And
Zombie is saying this like it's an either or. This is a both and situation. We are doing a drinking stream and we're getting hammered.
I don't know about y'all, but I haven't felt anything yet.
Neither have I.
Y'all are amateurs.
Yeah, Drunk Poriel is not feeling anything, Max.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I am.
I will say.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask. So when you did yourself a pour off the bottle of Angel's Envy there, mm-hmm. Do you think that how did that compare to the half shot? So like you had the little bottles and you poured like half of it into your tasting glass, right? And mm-hmm. then you poured yourself off the bottle. Did you find that it was like a very short pour to get an equal amount? Because I'm curious. I don't have little bottles to kind of measure myself. I'm curious how much I'm drinking relative to what you guys are drinking is basically what I'm trying to go for.
I think you're probably pouring yourself a little healthier pour than these.
I feel like I am too. I'm looking at my glass. I'm like, that looks like more than it should be, but it tastes good and I'm fine with it.
If you actually get like a normal size shot glass, like typical size shot glass, not that, like the bar shot, small, whatever.
Yeah.
This is probably about a little over a shot glass. Like if you filled it all the way up.
Yep. So, it is slightly more than a standard 1 ounce pour is basically what's in those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I am, Brahma Bull was gracious enough to send me, gosh, I have so many windows open. I'm sorry, y'all. His collection of whiskey. So I'm sending it to our group chat that we have going.
Ooh, nice.
Some pictures. So whenever you guys are ready after all of that, but he is literally the collection king. Let's just put it that way. So
I'm very interested to see this because mine is very much an amateur collection. I just buy bottles that I like and I drink them, and when they're gone, I buy more.
I mean, I could probably take a picture of the whiskey liquor cabinet that we have, but it's not to this extent. Just FYI. I mean, we have a lot, but it's not like this. So, all right, yeah, that's it. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to do.
What do you guys think with the water here? I resent that, Nosferatu. I'm playing a character. This is method acting that you're seeing here. I can dial this up. I can dial this down. Here. Let me close my eyes. Close my eyes here real quick. Look at this. Crushing it. Absolutely crushing it.
Can you recite the ABCs backwards?
I can't do that sober, so stop harassing me.
I swear to dog, I'm not God.
That's the Pipsquarelian.
All right.
Pipsquarelian, yeah.
Brian, do you want to share the picture of? I guess actually, Brahma, do you mind if we share the picture of your collection with everybody on the stream here? Just give us a yes or no. We don't want to do it without your permission.
Yeah.
But if possible, yeah. One of you guys just want to share the picture?
I guess I don't mind. Oh, fine. But
yeah, Dempsey is accurate here. The most drunk that I've ever been is 100% on the rewatches. Probably one of the ones where I was just drinking moonshine. I got like aggressively shit faced on some of those episode 8 streams.
It was episode 8. Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, isn't that? Aren't you guys going to be hosting a certain? You're going to be hosting a certain.
Damn
episode
it! Damn it!
8. Certain episode 8 rewatch.
So
okay, what do we got here? I gotta maximize this and really look through here. Ooh, that is nice. You got some 1792s. You got some Old Forester there. That's nice. Got some Bookers. Got you got a good stuff going there.
Hmm?
Wait a second. Is that peanut butter one in the background?
That was gross.
All right. Let's is this just the only picture we got here? We
got more. We got more.
Okay.
I wanted to give y'all and everybody a chance to, take a peek and everything.
That's nice.
All right, next pick. I don't know how to.
Oh wow.
I don't know how to
Ooh, hey, you got some McKenna Bottled and Bond there. I like that. I've been told by other bourbon drinkers that I'm a terrible person for liking it. You got some Buffalo Trace down there.
And that's Eagle Rare. I love Eagle Rare because of the bottle.
Yeah,
it's so
you got
good.
some Eagle Rare. Yeah.
I love it.
You got some Makers hiding around there.
Let's see.
You got
yeah, I see the Makers right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of the unique style.
Yeah, I like kind of the cabinet that you have there with like the lighting and stuff. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool.
And then picture number 3. It's a little. I'm sorry, I don't know how to open in browser. Maybe I can make it bigger that way.
He's got, what is that? Larceny. He's got
Larceny is really good for like a good house bourbon, and just having it around for like if you need a good bourbon that's not expensive.
What I like that he's doing here, so Brahma Bull does exactly what I do. His collection is much nicer than mine. Like it's got way more stuff. But he's doing what I do, which is, so that looks like he's got like 4 bottles of basically the same thing sitting there, because the worst thing that can ever happen to you is you pour yourself a nice 2 to 7 fingers of bourbon, and you're sitting there and you're drinking it and you're like, this has a peculiar aftertaste. It tastes like more. And then you go and you want to pour yourself more and your bottle is empty. That's why you should always have an unopened bottle behind the opened bottle, so that you never are put into that terrible situation of running out of good bourbon. That's
you have Blanton's right there.
I remember trying to find a bottle of that when I was working as
got some more Eagle Rare there.
I was trying to find I remember I was working in liquor department, and I remember someone asked for it. It was like, I think it was $250, right, for Blanton's. And we had it caged up and everything. Finding was a bit of a pain in the ass. I had to climb the cage to at the store to get to find it. So isn't it like $250, Pips? The Blanton's
for Blanton's, no. Blanton's is probably $80-$90 a bottle. I thought it was more than that for Blanton's. Now the biggest thing with Blanton's is just finding it. It's very hard to find. It's not super expensive. It's very hard to find.
It's a unique looking bottle. It looks antique, which is really
looks
cool.
Like the holy hand grenade.
And not only that, but the topper itself. The topper itself, there's a little racing horse piece, and if you collect all 8, because they're in different it's different gaits of the horse or in motion of the horse. You can collect it and kind of have like a display of all those toppers. So we actually have one of those. So
Brahma, Brahma Bull, thank you for sharing that. That was a very impressive collection there. I like your style. That was some good stuff. Honestly, I need to go buy more bottles. That's putting me to shame. And also, I'm going to take another little Slange everyone.
Number 5.
That's number 5.
And when are we going to get to number 6? I'm waiting.
We're right on it here. Okay, we'll finish this. Clean glasses.
Yep, clean the glass.
That's right. I don't know. Wanna come on? You promised I'd be housed.
Okay. Bottle number 6. This is the last one of our flight. So if you guys want to close your eyes, Brian, you don't have to put a bag on your head. You can just cover your eyes.
I don't know what that means. Excuse me.
He likes to look like he's from a hostage video.
He does kind of, yeah.
I don't know what that means. It's called Helsinki syndrome. Jeez.
Probable, I would agree with you. It used to be $40 or $50 a bottle for Blanton's, and then it kind of got hipsterized, and everybody was looking for it. They upped the price because it was scarce. All right, here's what we're going with, guys. This is the last of the flight of whiskey tastings that we're doing. If you have some of this at home or something similar, you can feel free to join us for a glass of that. And you guys can go ahead and uncover your faces, and we'll take a little splash of glass number 6.
A little splash.
Helsinki syndrome be gone.
Not like a half.
I mean, yeah, a half.
Okay. For
you guys, a half. For me, like a little splash. I can't judge it. I don't know what I'm doing over here. I have hooves for hands. Leave me alone.
You need the coconuts for.
I told you I was looking for them when I was entering the video at the start. Brian didn't tell me that I had to click join myself. I don't know what I'm doing in this video stream. He was just like saying he's here. I was looking for the coconuts. It's a whole thing, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I tried my best to, cue you in,
No.
I was like, and then it just got kind of awkward. And I was like, and there, okay, and come on. I'm like, get the
in. I at that point when I realized that you weren't gonna actually bring me in, I was like, I'm just gonna make this slightly awkward.
Well, that's what we said. You were gonna pop in. I was gonna be like, what the fuck, Like, come on.
Yeah, wait, like I said, I started drinking before this. Leave me alone. All right, last but not least, something interesting here for us.
The color to me it's a little lighter. I don't know.
Little light.
It's
little light.
Lighter.
I would 100% agree with that. Little light.
Mm-hmm.
Looks a little more on the clear side.
All right, Trip.
Do you guys agree? Do you guys agree?
Which one do I think?
You guys heard me, right?
There we go. That's sexy.
Did a little cork pop just for Trip. There you go.
You guys heard me, right? I said this looks a little clearer than the rest.
You did.
Yeah.
All right. I did. There was no indication that you guys heard me. We can multitask.
I was doing stuff.
Oh, that's what she said.
All right.
Definitely warm. I feel it in the sinuses a little bit, but it's not.
I don't.
It's not tickle. It's not tickling because some warmth can tickle almost to the point where it's like, whoa, that's a little strong.
Would you say this one is not kind of tickling the back of your throat?
No,
it's not.
I agree on the warmth. I didn't feel anything in the sinuses. It's just warm going down the throat.
Joint corporeal. Yep.
Somebody clip that, please.
No, I know.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
Nope.
Yeah, Tim's talk caught it. He knows what's up. He knows what's up.
No. Alden's like dying over there.
So thoughts on this one? Warm. I haven't heard much else from you guys on this one.
I definitely smell a little hint of smokiness when I open my mouth a little bit.
I'd agree with that.
But it's not as strong as the first one. The first one was strong, like on the smokiness part.
I can smell a little bit of that.
Anthro, we started there.
Yeah, we were already there.
At the very beginning, Mag said that she was going to do a donut eating stream.
I'm trying to think though. There's certain criteria that needs to be met though. So I'm wondering if I should.
Tim, do you mean how much did I spend on the ones that I bought to do this, or how much did I spend on like the little mini bottles that I sent to them? Like what's? I'm not sure I understand which of those is your question. So just clarify, and then I can try and answer.
I like this.
Nathan is saying no slap and tickle. Aldan is encouraging him. I can only interpret that as encouraging him. To me, this one, kind of like the last one, it's good. It doesn't have like a character that I really like. That's so what you were saying, like 1 and 2, you're like, this would be really good for this. This would be really good for this.
Like pairings a little bit.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really like about like different types of whiskeys is like, this is the one that I want to go to when I'm in this mood, or when I want to pair it with this, or when I have a cigar, or when I, after dinner with dessert, I want to have a glass of something, right? This one again is just like, it's good. It's kind of all purpose.
You know what kind of reminds me of? If you're, for instance, golfing in January on a very cold day, and this would be a good partner because it will keep you warm.
Just like in Miracle on 34th Street. I gotta drink. I need something to keep me warm.
Yeah, I mean, like
Santa Claus. Yeah,
my dad.
I don't know if that was with. I don't know what he was drinking though.
My dad would go.
Lady Balefire, it's any whiskey is a good whiskey if you want to get laid.
Mm-hmm.
And Trip, no, she does not. In fact, I force her to try my whiskeys and bourbons and things like that on a somewhat regular basis, because she makes like a hilarious, tragic face when she drinks whiskey that is just like, she does like that. And it gives me sick pleasure, like watching her like reaction to drinking it.
Oh my God.
So like I frequently will like pour myself something, I was like, here, try this. And she's like, no. And I'm like, oh, good. Just like a tiny little sip. And she like gives me the look. And then she humors me. But it's fun. It's like she doesn't like olives and I do, and she doesn't like whiskey and I do. It means that she doesn't drink my whiskey or eat my olives. It's a symbiotic relationship.
There you go.
Let's do the drop now.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do it.
Okay.
I felt it more on the roof of my mouth. Felt the roof going in.
And Trip, I'm not highlighting that comment.
There's so many meanings to that one, Trip.
You won't eat your olives. Oh my God.
Trip, you're gonna be polite when you talk about my wife.
Oh. Oh.
I like this one better with a drop of water.
It definitely tastes sweeter, and it got spicier a little bit, in my opinion.
I agree. It did a little bit. It I don't know. I'm surprised. You would think with a drop of water, it would be weaker. But then again, I'm a total Norman when it comes to this shit.
I mean, isn't that the truth for most wives? They have to put up with their husbands.
I thought it was the other way around. The classic joke of, what was woman's punishment for original sin? It was the pain of childbirth and all of that stuff, right? What was man's punishment? They had to put up with women.
Sounds about right. Book of Genesis.
There you go. Aldan, it is known.
I gotta let's do a splash now.
Put a good splash in there. I agree. Yep. All right. That's a good smell.
I didn't smell anything. And it tasted like water.
Yeah, you probably have COVID though.
Nope, do not. Well, that's all 6. That's all 6. What's next?
Nah, not my favorite with all that water. A drop is good.
So what are my ultimate? What are my overall experiences? Dempsey's asking me. It's hard to say. It's just there's a slight difference, but nothing that I can really. I mean, there's some have a warmer feeling than others. Going down. I think one actually hit hit up my nasal passage. A lot of them didn't though. Some had an interesting taste. The tip of my tongue. I know the tip of your tongue is supposed to be the sweet part, I believe. And I think the sour is supposed to be the sides of your tongue. And I think the back of the tongue is supposed to be the bitter section or something. I don't know. Biology class. There's a little bit of sweetness. I forget which one. Was it the first one or no, that was smoky. The first one I think was the smoky one.
Hey Pips, your camera is being weird.
Yep. I'm trying to
what happened?
There's
holy crap
there that went weird.
Oh no.
See, there we go. How's that look?
That looks
cool.
That looks
you're back. You're back now. You're good.
You're
it
back.
Looked like it froze, and so I was messing with it.
You literally had like a black like rectangle like just covering the top half of your face. Maybe you're a fade. Maybe
it was censored.
That too. So,
our stream was getting censored. Okay, are you guys ready to meet the lineup? First of all, to the best of your ability, how would you rank the 6 that we had? It sounds like Brian is saying he wouldn't have a real preference, but what would you put him?
I'll try.
Okay.
All right. So I guess I really liked 1. I guess the smokiness, was memorable enough. If I can, if the taste is memorable, I'll probably like it more or remember it better. So I guess 1 would be at the top. Then I think number 4. I think then number 4.
Yep.
I don't even remember what number 4 is.
It's the one that we. It's the one that we know
eagle?
what it is.
Okay, the eagle. All right, yeah. Okay, then number 4.
Ambient.
Yeah, yep. That'll be that. Then I'm gonna go with I think then 3. Then
you liked 3. Okay.
I thought 3 was
I think 3 is that was the fuck. 2
Weren't you taking notes?
Then. No, I'm not taking notes. I'm not taking notes on my own stream.
I took some notes.
Yeah, I'm taking notes. Mags and I have been taking this seriously.
What am I gonna write? I have no frame of reference.
Oh, that's why you write things down, so you have a frame of reference.
I didn't know how to compare. I didn't know what to write. You have to know what to write.
That's true. That's
I'm
very
sorry
true.
if I sound like an ass. I mean, I am an ass.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
But I have to know what I'm tasting. I don't exactly know what I'm tasting.
Lady B, go have a good time. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for sticking with us.
See you, Lady Balefire. Thanks for coming by.
See you, Lady B. Thank you for being here.
More memorable because that's before Trump Oreo came around.
I don't know what that means, but thanks.
Brian, but it's hard when you're first starting out, getting all these different types of whiskeys. You don't have a frame of reference, and that's understandable. See, me, I'm 34 years old, and I've been probably tasting whiskey since before 21. So
yeah, I mean, I've never developed a big big strong liking to alcohol. I just never have. So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm giving this a shot right now. I mean, I'm interested in, because I mean, we only live once.
Yeah.
So, and it's better to have friends like Pips and me to show you good whiskey and at least give you something that's not, something for you to at least try and not be disgusted by, because there's some whiskeys that you can literally be disgusted by. Oh.
Trip's probably right. That's fair. That's fair.
That is fair.
Cherry. Right, so you like 1 and 4. You liked 1 and 4. Okay, that's good. I said before, Mags and I have been drinking these for a while. I kind of know what these are, so I have a leg up on it. Mags, I think she's going to be pleased with the things that she was saying as we reveal these. And you hopefully will learn a little bit about things that you like and stuff that you can explore later and explore a little more of. So
that's the thing. That's the thing, though. I'm not sure what I like. I don't even know how you like. I don't know what I like. I mean, I'm new to this type of drink. I barely ever drank whiskey. I mean, I've had it a few times as just a means of relaxing, but I don't know the differences. And a lot of it just tastes very equivalent. Like there's a similarity. There's a big similarity to me.
Sure.
I mean, maybe I need to have years more of experience to truly appreciate the more refined, you say the more refined, tastes. I don't know. I mean, all of it came off as warm. It came off. I mean, some of it went down warm. Some of it hit the tip of the tongue. Some of it hit the roof of the mouth quite a bit. And I mean, nothing was, like you said, saccharine sweet or something. I mean, but they did have different tastes, but it wasn't really easy to tell the difference.
So part of that, honestly, is that all of these are like pretty good, what I would say like middle to kind of upper middle tier. If you use the benchmark that Brahma Bull was saying, right? So you're like $20, you're $50. You're like sort of 75, or what did he say? Like 50 to 75. And then you're like $100 ones, right? These all fall in the $50 to like the $60 to $75, so like the middle to slightly upper middle tier of things to drink, right? So I didn't give you anything that's like bottom shelf. They're all pretty decent examples of like what they are. So all of these were fairly smooth. None of them were harsh. So from that perspective, they do have a lot in common, right? So you're saying you're struggling to break them apart, and honestly, like that's fair. Like none of these are like, wow, I did not like that, because none of these are offensive, right? Like these are all pretty drinkable, pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed them all in their own ways. It's just like I didn't really have a preference over the other. I mean.
Whoopa Troopa. Bring back the Malort.
I had Malort. The difference. That's a big. The difference between that. Malort. I had Malort on my Planes, Trains, and Automobile stream. My friend Gary and my friend Brian, my friend Marty, all of them here in Chicago. We all hung out and watched it. There were so many technical difficulties because they're not YouTubers. So,
and to be quite honest, Whoopa is always such a troublemaker. He likes to stir stuff up.
Well, I mean, I miss Whoopa. Whoopa used to come on my video. Whoopa used to come by my video game stuff all the time. Now I barely see him. I miss him.
Yeah. Bravo Bull, to answer your question, all of them, I believe, are between 80 and 85 proof. So I didn't pick any that were high proof or cast strength or anything like that intentionally, right? So I have a couple bottles because some of these were just bottles that I already had. Although I did buy a new bottle for each of these because I wanted to pop the top and pour out for what I sent to you guys, so that there was no that one had been sitting on my shelf for a while. These are all new bottles. But some of them were ones that I just have, but I picked ones that were 80 to 85 proof. So essentially the standard, because I didn't want you to be having to pick between like cask strength, your 60%, 120 proof versus your 80 proof, 40%. Because I think that's throwing you too many variables, right? So this is different styles of whiskey from around the world, but all in a pretty reasonable price pool and at the same kind of proof, right? Is kind of the idea. So with that said, here's the unveiling. So Mags, your favorite one obviously was the Angel's Envy that you knew about.
I have a little bias there, so.
Yep. And after that, you said number 5 was your favorite.
Number 5, yes.
Is it? You tell me. Actually, I won't say what I think. You tell me. Was 5
so
your next favorite?
Four definitely, because it was it's. I'm used to it. I liked 5. I liked 5 a lot. It seemed like
hey, Squeaka.
Hi, Squeaka.
How you doing, Squeaka?
5, and I think 4, 5, and 1.
4, 5, and 1. Oh, now we're getting interesting. Okay, hold right there. You're not allowed to change it. Not allowed to change it. We all heard 4, 5, and 1. Here's 5.
Redbreast. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that is a nice Irish whiskey, single pot. Honestly, like this is
Redbreast is really good. Redbreast is
one of the more expensive ones in the thing here, but they're all of the 1, 2, and 5 were about the same price point. They're all imports, so they're a little more expensive than the bourbons, right?
Right.
But Redbreast 12 it's a good Irish whiskey, right? So you're an Irish girl, you pick the bourbon first and the Irish whiskey second. So you can tell why you were giving your kind of notes. I was like, oh, Max is going to be very pleased. She's going to like what is happening here. She's on board for it.
Yep.
And you said number 1. Number 1.
Oh no.
Number 1. That is
oh my God.
A 14-year-old Scotch.
Oh
wow.
I knew it. The way you were going about it, I was like, oh my God, I bet it's a Scotch.
It's a Scotch. We got her. I
am portrayed by ancestors.
Oh man. So yeah, this one, Glenmorangie, it's a Highland Scotch, aged 14 years.
It's probably because it's from. It sounds like it's from Scotland. So straight up.
Yeah. And this one here, so I said 1 and 2 were similar, finished differently. So this one is port cask finished, right? So it's finished in port casks. Which is funny because you liked Angel's Envy. Angel's Envy is bourbon finished in port barrels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was, as you were talking through the things that you liked, I was like, oh man, I'm seeing some good stuff here. I am liking what is happening. Mags, she's getting some flavors that she likes. This is all coming together. It's coming together. Okay, so there we go. Port cask finished. You said good with a cigar. I would agree. A port cask finished Scotch, excellent with a cigar. I 100% on board with that. Drunk Poriel, how did you feel about number 1?
Uh-oh.
He's like, I'm leaving. Nothing to say about number 1. I think he might have left. He might. Hey, Drunk Poriel, not if you're not throwing up.
He said be right back in the chat, in the private chat. So oh my gosh.
All right, we'll move on. So you said number 1, and then after that, based on context clues only, I think it would be either number 2 or 6, right?
Yeah, I think 2. Well, yeah, I think 2 kind of beats out 6 a little bit, in my opinion. Just a little bit, just a little edge. Oh no, don't tell me. Another Scotch.
Well, I already gave it away. It is another Glenmorangie Scotch. This is so good. I love it, guys. I love it. Magitek Mags, you heard it here first. She's a Scotch drinker. It happened. Woo! Bring the balloons down. Bring the balloons down. Bring the balloons down.
Let me hold on. Let me grab my pom pom. Let me grab. Wee! I was crying in the
Orio's crying in the bathroom.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh my god.
Oh man,
Lord.
so good. That's so good. So
that's
this
interesting
one,
though. I liked 1 and 2, but they're specific. I feel like they're specific. Like, I don't think they can hold up well with like a meal or anything or what have you. But I feel like
we may have different things that we look for. I liked the way you described them. So you said number 1, you said really good with the smoke. I totally agree. Right. Number 2, you said something like with a dessert, like a liqueur, and after dinner you're having your slice of cake, maybe
like a cheesecake,
like something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This one is sherry cask finished. So if you were to say, hey, your port and a cigar, your sherry and a slice of cake, that's a good pairing. That is a good pairing. So that's why I was
before you go on, Pips. I know you're on a roll. I'm sorry. I did this when you were about to ask me something, dude. I apologize for that. Sorry.
No, that's fine. We already figured out what you went to go do. No, it's right there.
No, that's not true. That's not true. No. Got an image to maintain. Jesus. All right. Yeah. What were you going to ask me, Pips? I'm sorry.
Godzillionaire, not liking the Scotch there. I was just going to ask you what your kind of thoughts on 1 were there. 1 and 2 both, I guess. So
all right. Well, 1. Well, let me double check. Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, 1's got that little smoke going up the nose, kind of,
going up the nose, y'all. Going up. Phrasing.
By the way, this is the free drinking round.
I mean, I'm tasting them. I'm still having the aftertaste right there. So
yeah, this is the free drinking round. So we did the tasting.
Oh, we are okay.
I left you guys with half pours of each of those. So now you can just drink them as you will. We're done with the tasting. As Godzilla.
Number 2 went up the nose a little bit more.
Well, have you revealed 6 yet? Did you reveal that?
We have not. I have not revealed 6 yet. Okay, here. Let's finish the reveal. Let's finish the reveal. Brown Bull saying, so you liked enough to buy one, or would you ever choose a dram of it, Mags? So 1 and 2, those were 2 scotches. Would you buy one of those?
I'd probably buy 1.
All right.
I would buy 1 because at least with 1, if I felt like it, it's not something that I would drink. Scotch is not something I'm going to drink very often. But if I'm going to have, and I don't smoke a cigar very often either.
Fair.
If I ever am in the mood, then that's right there. I can take a good glass. And then that way I can even have like a little chocolate on the side just to complement it. But I can do it with a cigar, and I just will be sitting by the fire. So yes, they are.
Had to bring that up. Okay, great. Hey, I feel like my mission has been accomplished then. I got Mags to say she would buy some scotch. My ancestors are cheering. Her ancestors are crying. Things have happened. Although in all fairness, I'm Scotch, Irish, German, and other stuff. So I got all of it mixed in there.
So Godzillionaire is funny. Trick question. I don't believe Mags would ever have to buy her own liquor.
That's probably true. Yeah. I mean,
I can buy that. I can buy that.
Look at this. What do we got? How do we? Bam. Look at that. Look at that. She doesn't pay for drinks. Okay, guys. Drink number 3. I think we all responded pretty negatively to this. Brahma Bull was judging me for even having this involved in the panel.
I saw that.
But I said that I wanted to give Drunk Poriel an opportunity to try the world in whiskey. And so we brought some Pendleton whiskey.
No wonder I didn't like it. It's
It
Canadian.
was Justin Trudeau coming together. Yep, Brahma Bull Canadian blended. So Brahma Bull, you can back me up on this.
It didn't even have any maple in it. It was that's
Canadian
disappointing.
whiskey. Yeah, it was pretty light on it. I got a little hint of it, but pretty light on it. Canadian whiskey is almost always blended. It's really hard for me to find single malts. It's just not the way that they do their whiskeys really. And like honestly, if you're looking for Canadian whiskey, you end up like, Crown Royal is everywhere, and then like it's kind of hard to find a whole lot more. Pendleton whiskey though, I like them for a couple reasons. One, they support military and veterans with some of their proceeds. They do it a few times a year with releases, but also they cut their water with glacier-fed spring water that comes from, I believe, Mount Hood in Oregon. And I got a lot of family. Family farm is up in Oregon, not too far from Mount Hood. So when it comes to Canadian whiskey, it's always been Pendleton's for me. Godzillionaire is pointing out though Ellington Reserve, which to be honest, Godzillionaire, thank you for the recommendation. I have legitimately never tried that. I'm not sure I've heard of it before, to be honest. So yeah, I will. I'll give that a try. Whoopa Troopa, like I said, the real thing for me is the water comes from a mountain near my family's home. We've got a farm there. It's over 100 years in the family. And so,
wow.
It's just one of those things where it's like, hey, I kind of like that's where it comes from. Dempsey, Canada ruined bacon. I said what I said.
Oh, fired. Need to come to the south.
And Brahma Bull here, it looks like he's going. Yep, mostly blended. Can't think of one that's from up there. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing. There's certain countries that seem like they mostly do single malt, and there's others that just mostly do blended.
Pips, not to cut you off, but Zax is in the chat, and I think he's had some whiskeys and such, so he might be able to Canadian. Zax, do you know of any that are not blended at all up there? I mean, maybe are we wrong for not having that inventory here? Like, not wrong, but I mean, like, do we just not have that kind of inventory here for us to know these things?
That is very possible, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
Like, it could just be that there's great Canadian whiskeys that I just can't access very easily here in the US.
The access may not be available. Put that
please,
in the chat.
Please do put it in the chat. Good recommendation. So Ellington Reserve was the one that we got before. Worth trying out. I'll look and see if I can't find it. Nosferatu, there you go. There's poutine. So Canada's good.
I mean, maple syrup.
I do not like poutine. I do not like poutine at all.
You don't like poutine?
I tried it once. I went to Canada for job training a couple years ago. Ugh, it's gross.
So I will say this. Typically, what I do is I like to I have my favorite from top to bottom, but I'm going to start from the bottom and go up, so that way I can enjoy my better whiskey for later. So I'm going to have the Canadian whiskey first.
That is an interesting philosophy. I always like to go good first, because by the time you're drunk enough at the end, you can't taste it anyway.
Well, see, I'm not quite there yet, so I can't. I've got to get it. I got to get rid of the taste and flavor first.
Yeah, I suppose. Number 6 was Japanese Suntory whiskey. This one is technically a blend, because Suntory has 3 different distilleries. So they have 3 different regional distilleries, and Suntory whiskey, they're Toka or Toki. I don't know how to pronounce that. If Gray is in the chat, he can tell us. Suntory Toki is a blend made
Toki.
Toki, yeah.
It's Toki.
It is a blend of their 3 distilleries. That's my understanding of it, at least. Which is a little weird. There's not very many distilleries that have those different kind of.
This kind of reminds me of this. Actually, now that you say it, that kind of reminds me of the Hatazaki that I have right here.
I would not be surprised.
So I have to dispel some misinformation here in the chat. Godzillionaire, I do not hate Canada. I have a lot of Canadian friends, and I've not been to Canada to be able to actually have that verification yet. So Don't go down that road. No, don't do that with me. I don't like their government. That's all I'm gonna say. It sucks.
Zax is defending Canadian bacon, and Dempsey is saying that he does like the sound of extra bacon. So that's good. Nosferatu, yeah. So Japanese whiskey is pretty good. I think the Japanese whiskey tastes a lot closer to Scotch than most other national whiskeys. So like in my mind, Scotch is very distinct. Japanese whiskey, I think, has some of the peaty smokiness that I sometimes associate, with Scotch. So like a lot of good Japanese distilleries have some peaty smokiness. So yeah, like you said, like a smooth Scotch, I would kind of agree with that. Japanese whiskeys and actually Asian whiskeys in general. So Cavalon is a whiskey. It's made in Taiwan. Is very well known, very very well renowned, and it's quite good. I believe there's some Korean distilleries as well, but like Japanese and Taiwanese whiskeys particularly have a very good reputation. And then, obviously all the rest of them we tried. So to sum up, we tried 2 Scotches, one barreled in port casks, one barreled in sherry casks. The port was a 14, the sherry was a 12. But they're both the same single malt distillery. They're both Glenmorangie. And I actually like those. Those 2 are kind of one of my like sort of daily drinker Scotches. So, not too top shelf, but just like, hey, I'm in the mood for Scotch. Those 2 are very accessible. Then we had the Pendleton's Canadian whiskey, which I was accused of poorly representing Canada intentionally. It's not intentionally. It's just I can really only find Canadian blends in the U.S., and it's a decent Canadian blend. It's better than Crown Royal.
It's probably because of distribution and what the inventory is here. So the access is limited. Yeah.
Yep. Could very well be. And then outside of that, we had some Angel's Envy, which is very good bourbon finished in port barrels. It's a Kentucky straight bourbon, so it's aged at least 2 years. I would imagine they probably wouldn't call it straight if it was aged more than that. So it's probably a 2-year-old bourbon. That one was one of the kind of like 85 proof numbers. So most of them were right at 80, but this one's a little bit higher. And Angel's Envy is great. If you're looking for a bourbon to try, I think Brown Bull was 100% right.
How much does it go for again?
It depends on your market, but I'd probably put it at around $45 a bottle, probably. Mags, would you agree with that? You just bought your bottle a bit ago, right?
Yeah, it's about 45. Yeah,
that's how much I paid for the Hatazaki. So yeah, it's definitely.
And then the Redbreast, the single pot stilled Irish whiskey. Redbreast is super good.
That was number 5, right? That was number 5, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me.
So Redbreast is right up there with Green Spot is another Irish whiskey that a lot of people like. Single pot stilled is very traditional for Irish whiskeys. They're Irish whiskeys, Mags, you can correct me if I'm wrong here. Mm-hmm. Kind of the only places that still do single pot stills, right?
What does that mean, single pot still?
So a pot still versus a Kalimnik still. I think it's called Kalimnik.
I don't know what that is.
It's just a different type of distillation sort of technology. It's an older type. Okay. And it is a little different flavor profile because of the way that it works. It's super technical on why it's different, but the main thing is it has a lower potential in terms of throughput. So you can't produce as much whiskey in a pot still as a similar size Kalimnik still. I think that's sort of layman's understanding. So economically, it doesn't make sense to do pot stills, which is why most distilleries don't do them anymore. But they've been doing pot stills in Ireland for a very long time, and they still do at some of the distilleries, Redbreast being one of them. So it's just a type of distillation technology.
I see. Mm-hmm. Nice.
So. So there was the Redbreast. If you are interested in Irish whiskey, Redbreast is a little more on the expensive side. You'll probably find Redbreast 12 for like $75 a bottle or so. That's probably around what you'd find that for, depending on your market, taxes, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in that ballpark is what you would expect to pay for that one. And then last was the Suntory Whiskey Toki. I think this is about $35, $40, probably 35. It's probably 35 for this one. So pretty accessible. It's a pretty good Japanese whiskey, sort of entry level. If you're interested in trying out like what Japanese whiskeys have to offer, Suntory Toki is very accessible. It's kind of like the Pendleton Canadian whiskey, and like, yep, it's right there at about the $35 mark. So it's not super expensive, not a big investment, but it does give you like, this is what Japanese whiskey tastes like. So, you know, it's good. It's good stuff if you're interested in trying it out. And as Punk Waddle is pointing out there you go. It's a decent Japanese whiskey. Yes,
up,
yes, it is.
Miss you, dude.
So I am at the end of everything that I thought that I could possibly say about all this stuff.
2.5 hours. Wow, you got a lot.
Yeah, I know. So, Drunk Poriel, how do you feel? Was this worth your 2.5 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm learning quite a bit. It's a lot to take in. I'll be honest, a lot to take in for me. So,
hey, well, I feel like I got Mags to say that she would buy herself scotch, which I feel like is a huge win. And I got Drunk Poriel to just try a bunch of good stuff, which like honestly is like my favorite thing to do. It's one of the reasons I like whiskey, is that it's so shareable. Like, I mean, I will admit, especially doing a White Cloaks rewatch, I 100% just sit there and drink on my own. But like,
I appreciate you. I appreciate you taking the time to, you know, go through all this, get the bottles, figure out how much you want to give, mail it out, without,
I'm still shocked. And, somebody pointed this out. I'm shocked Mags trusted me enough to drink what I put in the random like brown bottles. That could have gone so terribly. This could have been on Dateline, like
and not only that, but I gave you my personal address. Like it wasn't like a PO box or anything. I mean, you have my numbers.
Same here.
Attractive lady murdered by internet weirdo who gave her poison in the mail.
And by the way, that address should not be sold on the black market.
Oh man, I already had so many good offers.
Oh, what were the offers? Can I have a piece of pie?
I'll give you a cut. We'll work it out afterwards in the backstage.
We'll talk afterwards.
So yeah, did you guys have fun doing this? Do you guys want to do this again?
I did. This was fun.
Yeah. Now we got to drink the rest of this.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm already on my second one.
I thought we were coordinating this. All right, fine.
Come on.
I don't want this to wear off.
I'll pour myself some bourbon to support.
All right, so number one. There we go. Number one. Wait, what are you drinking?
I'm gonna have some of the Angel's Envy.
So that's number 4. All right, I'll do the same. That's number 4, right?
Yes, that is number 4.
Yeah. Sorry.
And the Nosferatu. Mags lives at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Well, what do you think, Pips? Do you remember?
This is the most important. This is the most important information.
I can either I can neither deny nor confirm that, as they say. Actually, I don't own anything yet, but I have been saving money and I am going to buy my first pistol. So I'm excited.
Ooh,
I have the money for it.
Mags, are we gonna do a Mags pistol stream? We did a whiskey stream. You have to send pistols through the mail.
Those are expensive. They're not as expensive as whiskey.
We're on the watch list, everyone. The ATF is going to be on our back. We're sending alcohol through the mail. We're sending firearms through the mail. Everything's through.
I don't associate with Pips.
Yeah,
she associates with me.
Well, I guess I'll say this, but one of my buddies got a FOID card. And so we went to the shooting range. And so the first thing I did, I was so scared because I never operated firearm before, so I watched several videos on safety just to learn, because I'm like, I'm carrying something that could hurt somebody, could hurt myself, so I needed to be as careful as I could. And I shot a 44 Magnum. I shot a 44 Magnum.
Your first shooting experience was a 44 Magnum? Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Most powerful handgun, shoot your head clean off.
All right. So first of all, Nosferatu is apparently a fan of Colion Noir. I think that's how you say his name. I think he sells those T-shirts. I'm sorry, officer, I lost all my firearms in a boating accident. And let's see. Shelby is saying the Beretta 92 FS, which I think is the better version of the M9 pistol that was the standard issue in the U.S. military for a very long time. I'll say I have a SIG M18, which is the newer service pistol for the U.S. Armed Forces. It is a lot of fun to shoot. I really enjoy the heck out of that. It's just chambered in 9mm, but it's a lot of fun to shoot.
Well, I know,
and it's very nice.
I know my my aunt and uncle, who I can't say what they do, but they always suggest, and this is kind of a common theme in amongst forums and such, if you talk to people in your communities about this stuff, but it's always good to get the same type of weapons, especially pistols in this case, as law enforcement, your local law enforcement. So especially when it's your local sheriff, that way it's kind of a better way of protecting your rights in that regard. But also it's a good idea to know your local sheriff. Just putting that out there.
I am not a fan of Glocks.
I'm a fan of Sig Sauer, by the way. I've shot those.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I have. I love my SIG. It shoots super well. Yeah, I mean, cool. 45s do pack more of a punch. I'm not going to disagree with you that, but I can shoot you twice with a 9mm if you don't go down on the first one. I don't feel bad about that.
One of my I don't want to turn this into a gun stream. Sorry, Nerdporial.
The views of the panel do not represent the views of the Nerdporial.
No, I mean, people. I mean, you could, yeah. No.
He does live in.
That's
he does
Illinois,
live.
Chicago.
You live, without saying exactly. Mayor Beetlejuice might be somewhere near where you live. So
I know exactly where she is. She's in freaking Logan Square. And once, just like the other mayors of the other cities, once mostly peaceful people, got close to her place, then she got law enforcement involved.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
that is true. Yeah. That is true.
Yeah, Logan Square. Yep, same deal.
Yeah.
So,
well, hey, I think that we've reached the end of this. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put Nerdtorial back in the driver's seat over there. Oh, God. Oh, he's there. He's there.
I haven't even finished I haven't finished all my drinks yet.
Yeah, we haven't finished the drinking yet. It's Pips. Are you a quitter, Pips? What the heck?
No, I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here enjoying these. We can enjoy these in the backstage. You know what? Fine. You know what? Gosh, you guys bullied me into it. Fine. You know what? You're not in the driver's seat. I'm back in the driver's seat.
I thought we were going to talk some pop culture too.
Honestly,
let's talk pop culture.
I was not prepared for an article. I'm sorry, y'all, because this
is happening, guys.
I'm gonna go find.
All right, guys.
You were going to talk like
another
top,
episodes
like
of the White Cloaks live stream on Nerdporial, and we're going to talk about Wheel of Time. Damn it!
No, not again.
We're talking about Wheel of Time.
Oh my God.
That's what we do over here on this channel.
That fucking show.
Brian has turned his channel into a Wheel of Time channel. He's watching the show. He's reading the books, guys. One of us. One of us.
So Pips, real quick. Okay, I have 3 of these, other than the Angel's Envy, the big bottle.
Okay.
I have 3 of these left.
Okay.
I have the first one, the Scotch that I liked, with smoky flavor.
Yep.
I have the second one that probably could pair well with dessert, which is and then I don't remember the names of them. I'm sorry, but I remember the Red Breast. So which one should I go?
Yep.
Which one should I go next?
Well, number 5 was the one that you said you would pick as your second favorite after the bourbon, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
going off of your own list of you like to finish on something that you like, I'd say you should go 2, 1, 5.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
2 more.
I just did like a healthy pour of bourbon. So well, I'm like you guys. I don't have little bottles to fill with, so I'm just.
That sounded really weird, by the way.
Drinking mode.
I don't have little bottles to fill with.
You know what, Mags? Mags is giggling over there. She's saying that she's not feeling this. You guys are watching this though. She is. You know what? Don't. Mags is gonna fool you guys. She's gonna fool.
All right,
she's not fooling me though.
I'm on my last.
Never shit a shitter, Mags. Never shit a shitter.
I'm on my last. Here we go. Here goes. Here's how.
If we all ever, all right. Cheers.
Cheers.
Slancha.
Slanjava.
Kampai.
If we're ever all together, you'd be surprised how I can hold my liquor.
Oh,
all right.
I'm never surprised by a lady who can drink.
Especially when she knows her her whiskey, right?
Yeah.
I think I need some more. I'm gonna drink this Hadazaki.
Oh my god.
There you go. Gosh, man, Drunk Poriel is making an appearance. Drunk Poriel, what did you want to talk about pop culture? I thought we should talk about our favorite movie that we watched from 2022.
Top Gun Maverick.
Probably Top Gun Maverick.
All three of us, Top Gun Mavericks.
Yeah.
Heck yeah!
Cheers. That's because
one more time. Cheers.
Lunch. Oh wait. Brian has to pour it.
I'm done with this too.
Bam. Cheers the bottle. Let's do it.
Cheers. Lunch.
Wait, give me a second. All right.
Woo,
cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Cling.
Clink.
That looks like water in your glass.
That's Hadazaki. It's clear. It's clear.
Don't trust him. He's drinking water.
Compared to what you gave, this does taste like water.
Oh man.
And this was $45.
All right. So Nosferatu is saying The Northman. The Northman was good.
Northman was good too. Yeah, that was a great movie.
It was a great movie. Something about Okay. So for me, Top Gun Maverick is going to take the spot because it was an actual like released in theaters, like old school Hollywood movie.
So was The Northman.
Well, let him finish. Brian.
I feel like The Northman was not a wide release. Am I crazy here? I thought it was like it went big on.
It was at every theater that I knew of. I mean, it was not.
You know what?
I think
probably nowhere near the amount of times the show times, but yeah, I mean, it was.
I think it's because it just wasn't heavily as advertised.
No,
as much,
I don't think
maybe.
So.
We only knew in our circles, but I know people who outside of our circles who were like, "What is this?" Like,
I think the reason why I saw it was because of Salty and Max and Purple. That those three were the ones that really inspired me to go see it. And wow, that movie, like, it was nice to hear non-21st century vernacular. Like I felt like I was actually in, like, you know, the 10th century, 11th century. I forget when the story of what was his name again? Hamlet. It was not Hamlet. It was his Danish or his Scandinavian.
Oh, okay. Yes, the story of Hamlet was essentially based on the same story that The Northman was based on. Is kind of what it is. So some people thought The Northman was based on Hamlet, but actually Hamlet and The Northman were sort of based off the same kind of root myth story, is what I understand.
Yeah, the story of Amleth. Amleth is his name.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. And it had a very similar type of thing, you know, a lot of sexual tension, you know, between mother and son. Weird, but you know,
Nathan, like thanks for confirming that for us.
And not only that, but Mr. Tickle Trunk, who is a Canadian, by the way, he saw a commercial for The Northman only a couple times. The advertising budget was really small. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. That's why it wasn't as heavily well known out there.
It was a good movie. I will say it was a good movie. I think even if I had not encountered it first on streaming, which is where I encountered it, so admittedly advertising budget wasn't there, I guess. But even if I knew that it was like wide release in theaters, if I had seen it in theaters, like I saw Maverick, to me, Maverick was like the most fun I've had in a theater in a while, right? Like, was it the greatest movie? No, it really wasn't. But it knew what kind of movie it was. It didn't try to be what it wasn't. And it was like, hey, we're doing this thing called entertaining the audience. And
not only that, but they felt like a true follow-up. Like they didn't knock the character down.
Oh,
like
100%.
And it felt like, you know, what should have been, and I mean, I'm sure you've heard the comparisons. It should have been how Star Wars should have been with what they did, but they didn't do that. Like,
yeah, I'd agree with that.
It was a great follow-up to the original film. It respected it respected not only the character, but it respected the audience, those that saw it all those years ago and those that grew up seeing it, like I did. And
it had shirtless people on the beach for Mags. That's why she liked it.
Instead of playing volleyball, was what was it, soccer or something that they played?
I mean, what can I say?
It was beach football. There, you know.
Okay, now I'm feeling something. I know
Drunk Poriel is.
He's feeling something. I'm happy now.
He is doing stuff.
Finally, Jesus Christ.
So Tank Stream when, Brian?
I think I might need a donut now.
Oh man, good.
What should I do? What should I do?
So
Apple
you said,
or coffee roll?
Oh, dude, you better do the coffee roll, because if you break out an apple fritter, I'm gonna have sympathetic hanger. I love apple fritters.
What if I get a dozen donuts of like different types and I just try them out on stream?
Oh my god,
and do a tasting for it.
This is so good right now.
Mags, you better send me a dozen donuts. I want to do a donut tasting with you, and if one of them is not cream filled, we riot.
Okay.
So good.
I don't know how to do that. Wait. Because you want to get them fresh. All right, I got to think about these things. We're gonna have to talk, okay?
You got to vacuum. You have to vacuum seal the donuts, but not too much vacuum to crush the donuts. You got to carefully vacuum seal.
Is Brian okay?
What is Brian doing over there?
I'm sorry.
The donut is so good. It's so good.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man,
I'm good. I'm good.
But
that's a myth. It's a myth.
All I'm saying is that I will probably do a donut tasting stream, eating stream, whatever you want to call it. But it has to be a certain criteria. Look at this. It's just like it's got to be a certain criteria met. So I'm wondering if I should do it when I have 1,000 subscribers.
Dude, guys are gonna get. You guys should have. You guys, we'll help you with the. Okay, that's drunk porn on me. You guys will get 1,000 subscribers. You guys are that freaking.
The White Cloaks is gonna get canceled off
YouTube.
I love
your restreams. I love your restreams. They're like therapy to me, because this Wheel of Prime show is absolute. Like it's like 55 minutes of therapy sessions. It like. I am not invested in what's going on, and so when they talk about stuff that is important, while there's this going on, I'm just like, and all of a sudden they're going to the waste. I'm like, what the hell did you build up to that? Like, honestly, fuck. It's like, seriously, like, fuck. Well, what the fuck? Like you're going to the ways now. Oh, you're going to the eye of the world. Why the fuck do we care? Like, you didn't even bring it up. You didn't build it up. Robert Jordan, Robert Jordan wrote a whole bunch of chapters talking about it. Like the Rand went through several fucking dreams because of Balsamon, and he learned quite a bit. He kept hearing about the eye of the world, and that's how once fucking motherfucking assholes.
Oh man, I love this. I love that I could be a part of getting God Poriel himself to read.
You didn't watch episode 1, dude.
Wheel of Time.
You didn't see my rant about Robert Jordan. Did you see my rant about Robert Jordan episode 1? Motherfucker, he died. Like he died. I mean, he fucking. I mean, he's not here to defend his work, and here they're skipping stuff that he fucking wrote. He was in the military. He went to school.
I had a conversation with somebody on Twitter about that recently, where they were saying that it made sense to show the White Tower in season 1 and not Elias and the wolves and stuff like that in season 1, because they have to adapt, like it's more important to show certain things or whatever. And I was like, it's like, that's an interesting perspective. If only we had Robert Jordan's view on which thing was more important.
like when we were watching the stream on Thursday, I fucking forgot about the fact that Perrin was rescued by a bunch of fucking wolves. Yet they don't fucking include Elias. What the fuck? Elias was, I think he was Land's mentor, wasn't he? And I mean, they revealed he was one of Land's many mentors and everything. So of course you can't have.
No, he was a warder that Land knew, right? Land knew of him, but was of an age with Land. He's kind of the same age as Land, right? So Land was kind of a legend even before he became a warder, right? And amongst the warders is kind of still a legend, right? So Elias knows Land probably better than Land knows Elias. But yeah, they know each other. They know of each other.
It sounded like he he was kind of like a mentor to him. That's kind of what I gathered from the first book.
I think you might be overreading a little too much in those chapters early in the Eye of the World where he's talking with Perrin. I think because he basically all he really says is like Perrin is talking and he's like, yeah, I heard of a guy once, a warder who, something similar. So anyway, I
feel really good right now.
I would certainly hope
I'm
so.
super jealous. You're eating those donuts, man. I need to go get something to eat.
I know, and now I'm like, maybe I should get some pizza from the refrigerator.
I only had lunch. I had an Italian sub earlier. Yeah, I did my intermittent fasting, and then.
All right, so Nerd Portal talked about Wheel of Time, which means I think this is now officially a Wheel of Time stream.
Not necessarily. I mean, I just watched Andor. And we had an interesting discussion about that.
I have something else to bring up to you guys for some pop topic sort of news here, though.
Hold on.
Nice.
Wow, everything is going at like light speed for me right now. I don't know what it is.
That's not what I want.
Wow, this is really good combination right here. I don't know what it is.
Donuts and whiskey? Yeah, that's
that's why they say donuts and chocolate. Oh, whiskey and chocolate. Yeah. It's a real thing. They say red wine and chocolate. No, whiskey and chocolate. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm almost out of. I'm almost out. I only got 2 donuts. I got a coffee roll and apple. What do you call it? Fritter.
Man, I'm so jealous of that apple fritter. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm trying to figure out.
That's what he said.
Figure out how to share our StreamYard page here.
You got me. You caught a nerve.
I think I just missed something hilarious that happened, and
you said you're so jealous of that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Y'all, just broke Brian. I'm sorry.
You did. I'm loving this right now. I'm feeling very good right now. I don't even pay attention to shit. What's going on? How you guys doing?
It's probably a good thing.
You got Andy Masterson here. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey,
whiskey and I didn't have any pretzels. How dare you?
He's having donuts.
Donuts.
All right.
Yeah, poor Pips. He's got to deal with me now.
Yeah. Also, the main thing is I just don't know how to use your StreamYard. And so I'm trying to figure out how to share some pages here. Did any of you guys see
hit present?
I did that, but like it just tells me like, hey, you can share. You can.
Pips, you want to send them to me and I can just do it, or
I think what it is, I'm using Firefox, and like it doesn't seem like it's playing well with that.
Well, it's a Chrome. That's Firefox is Chromium based, so it should be able to work.
So like I tell it to present, share screen, and go over and be like, yeah, let's do Firefox. Let's do that. But
are you doing
this?
No, right? No. End it. Thank you. Yeah, because yeah. So what you need to do is share screen and then click up. There should be tabs where it's window and
not Hunter S. Thompson.
There should be window, and then there should be either your Firefox tabs, individual tabs.
And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't have the individual tabs available.
Do you want to just send me the links then, and I can do it?
I think I probably will. I probably have to do that.
Yeah, send it either in the group chat or whatever. So.
Yeah. Because all it's giving me is just the browser, and it's just on this until I guess maybe move off of it. I don't know.
Okay.
Or it's giving me like full screen, which ends up like, sharing screen ends up being the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll just share those in the private
chat.
I
like how Anthroparian says Mags will do it for you.
Yep. Yep, Mags can always be counted on to do what men are incapable of doing.
What is this?
Damn
So this is Batgirl's costume reveal. Did you guys see any of this stuff? It was on Twitter today, Bounding in the Comics, as well as just a bunch of stuff on Twitter. And I just really liked. So the Twitter one I shared there is Sierra Whiskey. Did that one. It looks like you got the Bounding in the Comics one. I'll go ahead and throw that up. If you want to scroll down, I'll tell you when to stop.
Yeah.
Keep scrolling.
Okay. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
If you just keep scrolling down, there's like a video still that's her like fighting some guy.
Which one?
Keep going.
So here's some Instagram pics, but yeah.
Yeah. Keep going. That's we'll get back to that. There we go. That picture right there.
Oh, that right there. All right.
Okay. I just want to point out. So the only reason I brought this one up, so Bounding in the Comics reported this, and like it was about the costumes and stuff, right? And like cool costumes, whatever. This picture though, that's a dude on his knees, and he's almost as tall as she is, and she's supposed to be an action star.
I am literally 5'2", and that's no, don't do that.
Like this guy looks like it. Honestly, looks like she's crouching next to Warwick Davis and is the same height.
That is just
my God.
That's so frightening.
That guy, like literally, he's on his knees, and look at the height differential.
See if I can.
It's crazy to me that we're doing these action stars. And it's just like, who is buying this? Like, this isn't like a guys, girls thing, whatever, right? Like the action stars are supposed to be physically imposing. Like, why would they have cast this girl? Like, it's not believable. She's 5 foot tall.
It sounds like. I mean, this is. How long has it been like this? A few years now, like at least since 2018.
Yeah.
Like. I mean, this is why, I'm not going to say I'm black pilled, but I'm pretty close to, you have to really impress me in order to get me to watch a new show and everything. And the superhero, I think this is
running Mr. Tickle Trunk, but I'm assuming it's awful. Is it the Tom Cruise run? Is it
no.
Good as Tom Cruise running?
So it just looks so silly. It's not even. I understand. Maybe I don't know what it's like in terms of filming a run to be able to get the right shot. Maybe in post production or some sort of production afterward, the fact it's gonna look better. But the fact that behind the scenes you're seeing her run and doing her run. It looks so wonky and silly. Like it just she's like.
Now this is supposed to be part of the DCEU. I even run better than her. Is this supposed to be part of the DCEU? What is this?
No. This was the Batgirl movie that got canceled, and I think it's Leslie Grace has been revealing some behind the scenes stuff. And
the other link I sent you was just a picture of her Instagram post, shared by
shared
by Sierra Whiskey.
But look at this. Look at this costume. It looks
well, the
terrible.
other one is better. So that's one of the alternate costumes. That one, like, I mean, it's whatever. It's kind of meh. But the other link that I sent you from Sierra Whiskey, I think is like, you look at it and his comment was like $90 million. And it's like a Wheel of Prime level of costume design. Like,
I love Sierra Whiskey. Hold on one second.
It's just off. You look at it and you're like, yeah, legitimately $90 million. Where did it go? Like, hookers and blow, guys. Like, it is absolutely absurd. Like, look at this. Look at that, guys. Like, that was a $90 million budget movie. Like, what? Like, literally what? I don't understand. I don't understand what is happening with costume design. Like, how is it so hard to like get a freaking seamstress? You know what I mean? Like,
oh, I don't know. Like, I remember those Wheel of Prime costumes. Like, they were like just the Honorable Lindsay herself was like, it looked like something out of. It looked just terrible. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but like, these costumes don't look believable. And why should I watch a show if I can't fucking believe anything that if I can't even suspend my disbelief? Like, if they're not going to even try, then why should we even watch it? Like, honestly, like, really, like that. I mean, that's why I'm so. Unless I hear a recommendation from, like, let's say, Mr. Pips or something, and that's why I watched, Andor, broke all my rules to watch Andor.
And he is mad at me about it, guys. I made him
watch
Andor.
I'm not mad. I watched it. I was just like, it's nothing special. I mean, it was better than other stuff. I mean, I will say that for sure. But
would you agree? Would you agree it is the best thing Star Wars made by Disney?
No, I think season 7 of the Clone Wars was better.
Wasn't Clone Wars was season already running
7.
When Disney
that was
right?
with it ended with they had to. They canceled the Clone Wars shortly after the acquisition. So people were bugging it, and then of course, where'd Mags go?
Mags left.
Mags, come back. I didn't mean to talk the way I did. I mean,
you scared her away.
I'm sorry, drunk Poriel. It's not true.
Also, though, I should say, bad on me. I really meant it's the best live action Star Wars that we've seen at a minimum since the prequel trilogy. And you and I disagree with since the OT.
I mean, honestly, like I told you what I think of Star Wars. I mean, Star Wars is based off of comics from the 30s and 40s. I mean, crazy set designs, over the top villains. I mean, you have your Darth Vaders, you have your Darth Mauls, your Count Dooku's, and everything. As much as people didn't like the prequels, I remember. I mean, I was old enough to remember all the backlash that came out. Heck, there were things I didn't like. I mean, I didn't honestly like Jar Jar Binks at all. Like, Jar Jar Binks's like character arc was shit in Phantom Menace. I was in 8th grade when I was actually on my 8th grade graduation trip. And that the scene, the Phantom Menace, was the highlight of that trip. Yeah, put me back on the bottom of the barrel.
But put you back in your place. You're talking about
put me back in my place on my own screen. But but that's fine because Pips is leading us. So, but that was the highlight of my 8th grade trip. We were talking about it. It was actually the movie was a lot of fun despite Jar Jar Binks. Like, we had. I mean, I thought watching, the lightsaber duels between, Qui-Gon Jinn, I liked the Jedi. I liked the world building that went into the prequel trilogy. I mean, did episode 1 need to exist? Well, I mean, according to Lucas, yeah, but I don't think it needed to be. I think it should have started with Anakin. It should have started with Anakin being a little bit older, and that's something I watched an interview of Lucas reacting to that, and he got fucking pissed off about that.
He does.
Honestly,
he hates it. He hates it. I don't ever watch episode 1 when I rewatch the series.
Episode 1's not a bad movie. I mean, that saber fight between Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Darth Maul was epic as shit. Like that was the best part of the movie. I mean, like you can't deny that. Everything else, I mean,
I don't deny that.
I was.
It's just I'm not willing to watch a 2-hour movie to watch a 15-minute lightsaber battle.
But that was a great lightsaber battle. You can't.
It was a great lightsaber battle.
And I like the pod race. I like the pod race. The pod race was like a great the pod race. I like the pod race. It reminded me of the Great Race from the Jack Lemmon, Tony Curtis movie from 1965. It's an over the top movie. It's an over the top movie about race from New York to Paris, and but the pod race on the pod race on freaking Tatooine had that same effect. Sebulba was kind of Professor Fate. Professor Fate was literally the mustache twirling villain of that deal. And then you had Anakin being there. The pod race was a lot of fun. I disagree on that. And I was not a big fan of the CGI with you had Jar Jar Binks' face. You had freaking Watto. Nothing can Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. Only money, like stuff like that. But the movie was a lot of. The movie was a lot of fun. Going the world building of the Jedi, going back to Coruscant, seeing the vote of no confidence. Leading into Palpatine going into power and all that. Now, could they have done it with not with a decade of between episode 1 and 2? Yes, I actually feel that way. I feel like they should have had a consistent actor for Anakin, and whether it be Hayden, I think maybe they should have had a younger Hayden, more edgy, maybe better way to build up to him becoming Darth Vader.
Let me pitch an idea.
Then just being just episode 2, him killing a bunch of sand people. Oh, did I say something bad?
Let me pitch an idea to you. Give it back to me. Tell me what you think. All 3 of the prequels, I think, narratively, like from the 10,000 foot view, right? Narratively, I think the prequels were good. I think the closer you get to any scene, the worse it gets. So like the dialogue almost universally was bad, right?
I'm going to say I know some people say that Attack of the Clones is better than Phantom Menace, but let me tell you hold on one second, Brian. Hold on one second. Let me tell you this.
I'm
Drunk Poriel's going full tilt. No one else can talk.
No. He's on Drunk Poriel Rage Portal.
I'm going to mute Drunk Poriel on his own channel.
True. That's not true.
But the thing is, for me, when I was growing up, because everybody all the girls were like Hayden Christensen, woo, all this kind of stuff, and he was hot or whatever. For me, I was already hitting puberty then, and then when
he had a thing for Hayden Christensen.
No, I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not. Actually, I thought he was a freaking creep.
Did you change her name?
Why? What did he do?
Because he's I don't know, like as somebody who was already getting hormonal and I was already hitting puberty and everything else, and I'm seeing Hayden Christensen's trying to get up on Padme, I'm just like, this is not a guy I want to be around. Like, he's creepy. He's talking about sand and shit. It's just, I'm just like, what is this?
Oh, that's
so I'm just like, what is this? I mean, when I hear even now, like I have work friends in the office, and they're like, "Oh yeah, Hayden Christensen's hot and whatever." I was like, I don't think. I mean, I just was always creeped out by him.
Who is talking about Hayden Christensen in 2023? Like, literally who? You say you have work friends.
I mean,
who are these people? I don't believe you, Mags.
I think honestly, I think they wasted them in Kenobi.
No, Whoopa. No, I like sand. I go to the beach. I'm a beach girl. I love the beach. So that's why I was like, what's wrong with this dude?
It gets everywhere,
No, I like the beach. That's why you go in the ocean, Brian. You go in the ocean to get rid of it.
That's true. Brian doesn't go to the ocean. He's only been in the ocean like once or twice, he said.
I was
salty.
He didn't know what salty.
He doesn't understand sea air and all that kind of stuff. No.
Where the fuck else?
All I was gonna say about the narrative of the movies was that like the rise and fall of Vader, the rise and fall of, or I guess of Anakin, the rise and fall of the sort of Republic, the Clone Wars. That was a good narrative, right? Like, it's a good narrative. It's worth
very good
telling.
narrative. Yes.
It was kind of poorly executed.
Yes, I agree.
The lightsaber battles, I think, went too crazy. The CGI went too crazy with stuff.
What do you mean too crazy?
I like the original Vader Kenobi lightsaber duel, like a little more realistic.
You mean from A New Hope?
From Star Wars. Yeah,
it's called Star Wars.
I'm sorry.
So like I like that style. It's not as flashy, but like I really liked it. Right, I liked the lightsaber battles in the OT.
I liked them too. I actually like I agree with you. I actually like the original Kenobi. Maybe it's the rhythm of the sounds that I don't know that I like, but I mean that was all due to Marsha Lucas and her editing skills.
Yes,
because like I think at one point he's like it was like Obi-Wan. I forget what the fuck he says. It's like I'm going to. I forget how he's like. God damn it, I can't remember. But he says a line. He says a line that did not make it into the original movie. He's like I'm going to make you regret this. And then he does his little twirl. He does his little twirl that he does in the original movie. But I don't know. Sorry.
Either way, I like the prequels. I will admit some people really hate them.
I don't hate them.
They don't stand up. They don't stand up to the OT.
No, they don't.
But they're entertaining movies. They're entertaining movies, and they're entertaining because the story is.
They feel like Star Wars. They feel like Star
Wars.
They still have the same quality comic that type of comic booky 30s 40s serial thing, the serial aspect, which is what Lucas was trying to recreate.
All right, John Florio, when you watch Star Wars, what order do you watch the movies in?
I grew up with the original, so I watched the original.
George Lucas says that you're wrong unless you watch them a certain way. What way do you watch them?
I saw that, but George Lucas changes his mind. He's like a politician. Like he what do you call it? What do you call when a politician changes their
flip flopper?
Flip flopper. Yeah, he's a flip flopper.
Waffler.
Sorry. Yeah, as much as I respect George Lucas for what he created, like when he goes into interviews, like you just like bullshit. It's just like bullshit at this point. But the thing is, I liked what he did. I liked the setup that he did. I liked the reason why Star Wars is as big as it is because of how he created it. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you have the action set pieces, you have the characters of the original trilogy, you had the characters, you had the hero's journey, you had over the top villains like Darth Vader, and heck, whenever you see Darth Vader into a room, you're like, shit is going to fucking go down. And then the thing is, there were other Star Wars stuff before the acquisition that I felt this way about. You had freaking Darth Malak from the Old Republic. Or not the Old Republic, the Knights of the Old Republic. And then you have freaking and then you have Mags drinking her drink. And I mean, if that's not imposing, I don't know what is, to be quite clear. And maybe I made a mistake giving Pips all this control, because now I'm starting to feel I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No.
Godzillionaire said 4, 5, 6. There's no more Star Wars.
I disagree.
I watched the machete method, or the machete sort of order. I watched 4, 5. I watched 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. I don't rewatch number 1. Like I said, 1 is, there are scenes in 1 that I really like, but I can watch the clips on YouTube. I can watch the lightsaber battle. I don't need to watch hours of Jar Jar Binks. It doesn't need to happen. and nothing in that happens, or nothing that happens in that movie is really missed in the rest of the movie. You pick it all up through context clues, all like the stuff that you need. It's all there, especially because like I've seen the movie. I know what happens in it. So like I'm not really missing anything. And if you watch 4, 5, 2, 3, 6, what you end up seeing. So for Mr. Tickle Trunk over there, here's what you get. So you see Luke, right? And
Three is a great freaking movie, dude. I don't agree with you, dude. Like honestly, Three is a great movie. All right, Revenge of the Sith, one of the greatest. It's a great movie. The novel is even better. I mean, you might not like it, but you know what? I mean, I mean, other than Lord of the Rings, like seeing 3 in the theater was a hell of an experience. Now, I wish I could, regain this, this experience. I mean, this was like seeing Return of the King and the Two Towers. Like, this was a big fucking deal back in the day. I'm sure you probably were around back then. I guess I don't know. Sorry, I'm sorry. Pips, I'm sorry. I know you're command. I'll shut the fuck up.
Because Godzillionaire, he's throwing some gauntlets down at me here. I gotta defend myself.
I disagree, Godzillionaire. I love you, Godzillionaire, but I disagree.
I will agree that 4 through 6 tells a complete story, right? It does. Like we didn't need more episodes of Star Wars, but more episodes of Star Wars is good. I like them. 2, 3, I think
they were going to make
a decent narrative.
They were going to make a second trilogy. Had Lucas not gone divorced, where Luke would have met his sister. And he would have taken on the Emperor. Vader would have been dealt with already in the first trilogy. And then the second trilogy would have been him going after the Emperor and meeting his sister, who was not Leia.
Yeah.
Sorry. I still to this day think Leia as his sister was a contrivance.
Yeah.
Man, honestly, I was thinking about this today when I was at work.
And it was weirdly set up
the Jedi. I think he beat Vader. I think at that final charge against Vader, he beat him too easily. I didn't really feel a big payoff with that. I know a lot of people say, yeah, it's a great moment because think of it. Vader goaded him for a reason. Anger makes you stupid. Like Vader should have he had him into a trap, did something, and then Luke should have did something to Vader, like perhaps force choke him to immobilize him, because the
7 through 9 don't exist. There is no movie in Boxing Say.
1 second, Pips. I'm on a roll. Vader was force choking people throughout the original trilogy, right? If Luke did that to him, that would have been an interesting way for Luke to not only immobilize him, but then use his dark side, and then then the Emperor he would immobilize Vader, and then the Emperor would do his thing, and then after that, the Emperor, everything with the Emperor and Vader after that, shooting lightning at Luke would have been the same. But I think there should have been more tension with that. I just think Luke beat Vader too easily. I mean, I don't know. I know everybody's going to disagree with me. You probably think I'm a moron. Anger makes you stupid. Like the fact that Vader made him angry and he just beats him because of the anger. I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
I think there's a lot because I mean, like we were saying before the stream, which is what caused the delay, which was me. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, don't.
I come from because it's technically the prequels were geared for my generation. But I grew up because I have 2 older brothers, so I was not in a way of it was forced, but more like you grow up with older stuff because you had to as the baby in the family. It's just what it is. And so, I grew up with the original trilogy. I watched the shit out of that. I watched the shit out of Star Trek movies all the time. I mean, to the point where the VHS tapes, like the sound on the tape is like going.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. What you're talking about.
We watched that stuff all the time. So, like, I grew up on the original trilogy, and then when I saw the prequels,
but it was the original trilogy. It was the original trilogy that really got me interested.
Yeah, before the special editions. And let me tell you this. Hold on, Brian.
I'm sorry.
Probably, I will agree with you. Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I agree with you that I did like Phantom Menace for some of the things that it showed, because it showed some semblance of a world building going on of what went on, and the beginning stages, and then you had to do. Hold on, Brian. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
A lady is talking. Excuse me. I have the floor. Do I need to get the hand? Like, hold on. I'm holding the bottle. So
do you want me to mute him? I'll mute him.
You might have
I'll mute
to.
myself. Excuse.
But it's the thing is I mean, I like the pod racing elements. I like the lightsaber battle. It did take a while to get to a lot of these points, especially with even the space battle. I thought the space battle was cool over Naboo. But the problem is yes, it is. But the problem is I feel for the original trilogy fans that grew up with that era of Star Wars. And I know because I had, an older brother, like I was saying backstage, I had an older brother who was in college at the time. He went to college in 99, and a lot of his group of friends, people say, oh, it was just in the newspapers or media where it was like against George Lucas. Like it wasn't favored everywhere. Let's put it that way. My brother and his friends, they hated it. They left Star Wars after that because they were so upset with the prequels and how it was changed and how it was portrayed and how George Lucas did it. And, I know and I'm not speaking from, because I like the prequels. I think they offer a lot. The problem is, it's almost like a terrible movie series, but offers a lot. It's really weird to describe it for me. And I mean, the music is, first of all, the music is top notch. That is probably the first thing. Hold on one second, right. Brian. Hold on. I'm not done yet.
Ryan? Brent, are you okay? Do you fell out of your chair? Are you okay?
I'm good.
The music is top notch. Probably it starts to get, in my opinion, and this is just being objective, probably it starts to get better when it finally gets into the Clone Wars aspect of the series itself. Now, granted, Phantom Menace is good on its own. That's probably would have been a great movie as a solo movie.
I agree.
And maybe to establish that era, that particular era, talking about maybe going further into like the Count Dooku stuff of like why he got involved and all this other stuff. I mean, that was kind of that particular phase in that era. And that's kind of where the timeline goes as far as what I remember is that was that during that time where the clone situation started getting into effect. And it was Count Dooku getting involved. But I can't clarify on that. I'm not a lore expert. I just remember from reading up on this stuff.
You're not a loreologist.
No.
Are you going to be able to hold it in long enough for me to finish my point, Brian?
Maybe I should have control. But I do like everyone's enthusiasm on the third movie. My problem is, I mean, it does, I don't know. There's some things that were kind of weird and wonky even in that movie, but it is the best of the three. It's just, I just wish he had explored a little bit more into maybe an older Anakin, like not necessarily an older Anakin, like not like teen Anakin, but more like an older Anakin or something that's a little bit more battle weary and war torn, and maybe what caused him to go into that direction. I mean, that seemed to be a little bit more plausible, but I don't know. That's just me. Let me tell you, I have watched those movies again recently and I still enjoy them. So it's not like I hate them. I just feel like there are tons of issues with them, but they do bring some value to the Star Wars universe. So that's just my take.
So I think Godzillionaire and some others have pointed out some of the reasons that I don't watch episode 1. So the metachlorian stuff, the force speed, like some of the other things, there's some weird, like there's some issues created kind of in canon stuff that like, so like I said, episode 1 like doesn't really add a whole lot to the story of 2 and 3. And it causes like it creates some issues with the entire series And you can just kind of avoid all of that. And all you really miss out on is you miss out on the Darth Vader or the Darth Maul duel, which the Darth Maul duel is awesome. And I wish that I could just watch that in the show. But like, you avoid a lot of the worst parts of the sequel or the prequel trilogy by just skipping episode 1, and you miss out on very little of the good stuff. And so the reason that I watch the order that I watch, which is, 4, 5, 2, 3, 6, is because narratively and narrative, the meta narrative of the prequel series is, I think, the strength of the series. And that is best captured in this method of watching, where, so you see Luke, you see him sort of training, developing, you see him going through and kind of learning to get into his powers. And then you see him get the revelation of his father being Vader. Right. And so you have that sort of rise in the narrative, right? And then you learn, hey, your father is Vader, right? This betrayal, this, Ben lied to him, all this stuff, right? And then you do like almost a 2-movie flashback of Vader's fall from Anakin becoming Vader. So the explanation of Obi-Wan telling him his father was dead, and then him learning that his father is actually Vader. You see that process kind of play out. And there's some interesting parallels that you see as you go into episode 6, where if the last episode you watched was episode 3, as you go into 6, you see Vader. The last time you really kind of see Vader outside of the lightsaber battle, but like one of the last kind of images you see of Vader as he turns, when he like, you first see him turn to the dark side, is the silhouette shot of him walking into the Jedi temple, of just him in the robes with the lighting behind him, right? And then the first time you see Luke, where he just learned his father was Vader, and you see Luke coming in to Jabba's palace in a very similar shot in episode 6. So you have this like weird kind of the two narratives come together, where you see Luke developing, you see him getting tempted to the dark side, you see his father's fall, you learn the story of his father's fall, and then you have episode 6, and episode 6 now starts out with this weird thing of like, did Luke succumb to the dark side? And then episode 6 is the story of Luke being tempted to the dark side by his father, and the battle between him and his father is his father trying to tempt him, and the Emperor trying to tempt him to the dark side, and ultimately him overcoming the temptation and triumphing, right? And it tells a really good narrative. It works fairly well, and it's one of those things where, like, I think it is it's an awesome way to watch the series. Am I saying that episodes 2 and 3 are as good as episodes 4 and 5? No. But like, the way that they work in my mind as I watch the series, watching 4, 5, 2, 3, 6, like, it just tells this great story that spans 2 generations in the family, across the galaxy. And you see the father and son dealing with some of the same issues, and you see the son succeed where the father failed. And that is like such a story.
One of my favorite fan edits. There was
Brian.
A fan
Brian,
edit
you're still muted. Sorry.
one of my favorite fan.
I got my argument out. God's millionaire can tell me I'm bullshit.
It's a timeless classic. Honestly, though, yeah. I mean, like I said, I feel that the stakes should have been a little bit higher in the very final fight. And I still think the temptation should have. I mean, the temptation was still there in my mind. I think Luke should have done more. I mean, overpowering Vader with the lightsaber, I don't buy it. Like, honestly, like I like
what you said. I like what you said about the, like, having him, like, the force choking and stuff like that.
And then use that opportunity out of his anger to, like, fuck you, or excuse me, not fuck you, but like cut off his hand, and then he realizes it, and then and then everything with the Emperor and how Vader kills the Emperor, perfect. Like that was the perfect way to do it, in my opinion. It was just how, like, yeah, that's I know I'm in the minority on this. It's like me disliking Breath of the Wild. Same idea. Maybe I should make a video, writing my ideas down and fucking talking about it. over like multiple drinks and everything.
Nosferatu.
I think oh, I had a thought. Oh gosh.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mags. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No.
I'm feeling a little bit better now, which is unfortunate because I was having a freaking blast the last 15 minutes ago.
I guess what is it? I mean, I understand people's respect for the prequels, and I get it because it did end up creating a whole new era of Star Wars with books and games and all this other stuff. I guess maybe I can just come at it from this angle, but maybe and a lot of I have seen this on Twitter where people do make fun of people like me, but like maybe I'm just more of an OT purist. And
who would make fun of you, Max? Like, honestly,
nobody.
I've seen some things where people are like, the OT purists are boomers. I'm like, no, I'm actually 34 here. Like, I'm not a boomer. Like, I grew up with this stuff.
I mean, that's every White Cloak stream.
You need to watch the White Cloak
being more drunk. I support it. Anyone who says that Mags is a boomer is a bad person.
I agree. For once, I agree with Pips.
But I guess I don't know.
Thank you, Brian.
It's just but I still enjoy the movies for what they are, and I understand the expansion of the universe that was created, and maybe I prefer the expanded part of it, but I also I love the world building part of it too. I mean, you cannot deny the world building pieces that George Lucas gave us for the prequels. People will go. One of the arguments that I always hear when I say the prequels are not great movies, like they're not great dialogue, not great, greatly written or whatever. But they always say things like, there you go. They always say things like, hold on one second, Drunk Poriel. Oh my goodness.
Drunk Poriel can't be controlled.
No, he can't. I mean, they always say things like, well, the world building brings something to the universe. I'm like, well, I'm not denying that. I'm not talking about that because I enjoy the world building. I love seeing places like Naboo and Coruscant and, and the Jedi Temple and seeing stuff like that on screen and seeing a bunch of Jedi walking around that we've been hearing about, even from the OT trilogy. It's like this is great to see, but
wrong name. Sorry, New Hope. That was named after the fact.
I know that it was just Star Wars.
But yeah, great.
Dempsey is correct. This is
I love
this
shot right here. I love this shot right here with the Vader, them clashing lightsabers, and you have the Emperor in the background right here. Perfect.
Personally, so objectively, Empire is the best movie of Star Wars. And hold on one second. Hold on one second.
I think the original's better.
That's why I just said Empire.
Original movie, Star Wars.
He thinks.
Well, I mean, I don't blame him with
Star Wars.
I mean, come on, what's better than the Battle of Yavin? I mean, that was freaking I'm biting my freaking nails. Everybody's getting shot down, and Luke is on his own. The Vader and his little entourage, right behind him. He's about to kill him, and then all of a sudden Han Solo does this thing. Sorry.
I will say this though. So objectively, I think that Empire is the best, and then but subjectively, I like Return of the Jedi because it does show, of course the good guys win, but I love the scene between Luke and Vader, where Luke is fighting his own darkness. Luke is fighting his own darkness in this instance, and his own love with his father, and also hatred of what he's become and everything else. Now that he has all this knowledge of stuff, and he's fighting that.
I want you to know, I wasn't laughing because I am laughing. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the fact that by you saying that of the original trilogy, you pick Return of the Jedi. Now both Drunk Poriel and me we have to fight.
I'm sorry. A Return of the Jedi was a rehash. I mean, it was a rehash of the original.
he's like episode 4 is the best. I think Empire is the best. You're like Return's the best. The three of us, we need a battle royale.
I said objectively speaking, as far as a complete story from front to end, front to back and everything.
The original could be live on its own. Empire cannot do that. Empire cannot be
no. As far as a story and as film in and of itself, it is objectively the best one of the entire series. 3 is subjectively my favorite. That's the difference. So, but I understand where people come from with that. But let me tell you, the OT is still the top dog.
I love
all
Empire.
3 are the top dogs.
I love Empire Strikes Back. Like it's the first live action video, a movie I've ever owned. 1995. I was 10 or 11 at the time. Yeah, I mean, I have a very strong.
Dempsey makes a good point.
Please don't interrupt me, Mr. Phipps. I know you're, even though you're in charge of this, even though you're temporarily in command. It's probably a good thing I'm making a point right now,
by the way.
But like, I love Empire, but the original film is where it all started. There would be no franchise without the original film. The ending of the original film after the blowing up of the Death Star. And Luke saying Carrie instead of Leia when he gets out of the X-wing. I mean, and then you have the procession, that great music, like it like the emotions that come out of that scene. That like when I'm at the gym or when I'm doing something, I stop what I'm doing. If I see that film on, I will stop what I'm doing and I will watch, like whether it be the Battle of the Yavin or heck even the widely criticized Obi-Wan Darth Vader fight, because it was the very first of its kind.
I like that Darth Vader
fight. I like it too.
I like that fight.
What do you guys think of seeing the remake of that scene?
Oh, the fan edit?
I loved it too. I loved it despite
the fan edit looks I like the fan edit. The problem I have with it is that, here we have Obi-Wan who is older and wiser, so he is he's not like, okay, so when you look at things like the prequels or even like the Clone Wars in general, for those two shows, if one or the other, if you like them or not, I'm neither here nor there and going into that fight. However, Obi-Wan when he was younger seemed to be a little bit more aggressive, and now he's older, he's far more wiser, and he understands the importance of his death could possibly spring forward something much bigger than this. He has to sacrifice himself. So the fan edit, while it's great, and I love that fan edit because I have it as part of one of my lists, private lists or whatever that I sometimes occasionally watch, it doesn't quite fit.
You guys heard that? She's got a private list that she watches.
Oh my.
It doesn't quite fit the aesthetic.
Does it include this scene?
No. I mean, I would like to cosplay, but
I'm not going to be able to settle this until we see Max cosplay it.
Oh God. No, y'all, I don't look good in a bikini. Anyway, no, the problem is with that fan edit is that it's not aesthetically fits, because Obi-Wan is wiser and he understands the importance of what he's doing in that moment. I mean, he's strong in the Force. He understands what's going on. And he's not going to be aggressive in this manner in terms of that. Now, filling in the gaps between that entire sequence, that's great for the fan edit. I want people like that to have creative freedom and do stuff like that and see what their vision and what they feel like would have happened. But for me, the movie fits it far better. But it's just a classic, it's almost, I wouldn't say chivalrous sword fight, but it's more like a standoff in terms of who's going to strike whom. I don't know how else
it was very much, it was a lot more like fencing than.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think you're making some really good points. Look, nobody here is saying that the OT is not the best trilogy, right?
It is.
If somebody says that, then I'm going to cancel.
So
unless it's Lord of the Rings, then that's got to run for its money.
Yeah, I think we're quibbling over some little details about like watch order and like which of the prequel trilogy sucked less, and these are literal details. The important question that we circle all back to was, I told Brian to watch Andor, and he spat in my face, told me it was terrible, and he asked, "Why did you make me do
not
this?"
What I said.
And
absolutely
and I
not
tried
how
to
I
say,
put it.
And I tried to say that Andor is the best live action Star Wars since, at minimum, the prequel trilogy.
Oh, prequel trilogy, sure.
If not the OT.
Not the OT.
I think that Andor at least is competitive with the prequel trilogy, and I would say it's I enjoyed Andor probably as much as like I enjoy if I go watch Return of the Jedi. Like I would put I'd put it there.
I did not feel this. I did not feel the same way. I mean, Andor is as well written
like
as
I
it
said,
was,
guys, he spat at me
as well written as it was. I mean, it didn't feel like I was watching a Star Wars show. There were points where I had to be reminded that I was watching a Star Wars show. I mean, people complain about the prequels and their politicking, but you know what's funny is the politicking in the prequels wasn't that tough even for kids. Like it wasn't hard to figure out. The politicking in this, I'm like, what are they going? What's going? I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Like Mon Mothma and bank accounts, they're auditing her bank accounts and everything, and it didn't really go anywhere. Like she's just freaking out, and then she sets up her daughter to date this other banker's son because he's freaking Walder Frey, and if you want something from him, you have to marry his kids. You have to do this whole Game of Thrones type of thing. That's kind of what I saw when I was seeing this. And then the final episode, I mean, it was building up to this big thing. Like, Andor's back on this planet. I'm spoiling this show right now, but he's got multiple people coming after him from different parts. Bunch of people want to kill him. And it's supposed to be setting up. Now, this is the whole thing is during, you had the baptism in The Godfather. You had the in Game of Thrones in season 6, I believe it was the trial, the trial of the faith of the seven that was all being built up to, and then they're trying to build up to building up during a funeral segment with Andor's mother. And I mean, it was just the buildup was, Andor's mother says, "Fight the Empire, they're bad." And then all of a sudden we get mostly peaceful, things that I've seen in better movies like the anime Jinro, people throwing, people protesting and throwing bombs and Molotov cocktails at others. And I've seen this stuff before. And the Empire just opens fire and kills a bunch of people. There was the one dude there were a few people that got killed, but not. I mean, I was watching it, and I honestly did not. I was kind of underwhelmed by the finale. And I watched the second season. I mean, I kind of want to, because the thing was, if they would have done anything to the best character was Stellan Skarsgård's Luthen in that series. He was the best character in that show. If they would have done anything to him, I would have been out, but they didn't. And you know what? I'm going to watch season 2. You know why? Because as much as I might not feel the same way about things as Pips does, I respect his taste. And you know what? Pips feels the way he does for a reason. And I respect his opinion. And that's why I decided to take 10 hours of my time, or 12 hours of my time, and watch the series.
I think there's also, there's sometimes I think that I generally just kind of talk a little more positively about things. But I will say that I think when I say that I think it's the best Star Wars since at least the prequel trilogy, right, is as much an indictment of Star Wars that we've seen since the prequel trilogy as it is a statement that Andor is doing good things, right? So like I think that it's important for me to say, like, there's a lot of things that I liked about Andor. There's a lot of things that I actually dislike about Andor. For one, I fundamentally disagree with the idea that the show Andor should have been made, right? So like, see ya, Nate.
Good night, Nate.
So like at a fundamental level, I dislike the show Andor, right? So like it's kind of a weird position to be in, where like
I
didn't care about the character. I didn't like Rogue One. Somebody earlier said Rogue One was a good movie. I think Rogue One's terrible. I
didn't think it was terrible. I like the third act. I like the third act,
yes,
but it didn't build. But here's the thing:
Yeah.
I was underwhelmed by the build up to that third act.
It's like, two different movies. It's a boring movie stapled together to an okay movie, and then there's a 30-second Darth Vader clip, and like
exactly.
it's just.
And you know why that was?
Because I don't get why people like it.
And it's so funny. So you
hold
on one second. I remember seeing Rogue. I think I saw Rogue One in the theater. I feel like I think I saw Rogue One in theater. It just feels so long ago. I don't remember anymore. I remember I enjoyed it. Like I thought it was good. Like I thought it was good for what it was. And then I remember a couple years ago, whatever. I watched it again, like on the screen, and I was like, oh, this, I'm glad I'm watching a Disney movie that actually isn't so bad. So I watched it, and I'm just like, wait a minute, this is actually not that great as from what I remember. And it's so funny when that happens. But I feel like you're right, Brian. The third act is probably the best part. But my favorite part of the entire thing that seems far more realistic was the ship battle scene in the shield and everything around the planet.
That's part of the third act.
Yeah, and it's I know everybody's like there for like the Darth Vader scene, but I'm just like, Darth Vader is completely different from that Darth Vader into A New Hope.
You're absolutely right.
He's not the same Vader, and it's a great scene overall. I understand if you want to look at things objectively, you take things apart and you take it out of the context of everything. But the problem is it doesn't fit well anyway into the scheme of what's already been established. So that's my problem in that entire sequence. The ship battle scene was great. Like I'm not gonna lie, like that was beautiful. That just visually was just. I just like shit porn, so it's just
so Godzillionaires thing about here. Rogue One is better than Force Awakens, a masterpiece compared to TLJ. So first of all, that's like saying that, hey, this thing that is not a literal pile of dog shit is better than a literal pile of dog shit. So like that's not worth pointing out. He said, also though, like, oh, you liked Andor, but not Rogue One. Okay. Nerdporial, I'll ask you a question, Brian. We talked throughout the time you were watching the show Andor. I think without a doubt, episodes 1 through 6 is better than Rogue One.
Yes.
I think that that either one of those 3 episode arcs would have made a better movie than the movie that was Rogue One. If we just showed that movie, it just not necessarily like as a Star Wars movie, but like just
not enough action. There was not enough action. Star Wars movie is action. Then you're saying a Star Wars movie is this. I'm just saying that, like, if you just think of it like as a narrative, right? Either one of those 3 episodes was just Rogue One was crap. Like it was so boring and nothing happened, and it was just you didn't care about any of these characters. It was. I cared about Donnie Yen's character. I actually liked Donnie Yen's character throughohout the movie. I mean, I just wish they would have said his name more. One issue I have with Modern Entertainment, and Rogue One was a big issue with this, is that they don't say their names enough. We keep hearing Jyn Erso, we keep hearing Cassian Andor, but we didn't hear the other characters. That. Like I had a hard time remembering Donnie Yen's character. Donnie Yen's character stood out. I loved his character. I don't know about you, but I like Donnie Yen's character. I'm one with the Force.
I have no idea who
the Force is with me. I'm one with the Force. And the
Force.
He was the blind. He was the blind dude.
Was it Chirrut or something like that?
Yeah, Chirrut, Imwe. I
think. If they had made a movie about them, that would have been a good movie. But that wasn't. Let me
tell you, it would have been. The thing is, I've noticed with a lot of media these days, especially in Star Wars, Brian, I've noticed this too, is that they are not putting those names out there for audiences to put name to the character itself. So you see the subtitles at the bottom, but at the same time, I'm like, you need to have this part of your dialogue of addressing these characters and who they are and what they're supposed to be. And that's the problem. The dialogue is just terrible in a lot of this stuff.
I did not watch The Bad Batch at all, but I did start watching Tales.
Is Bad Batch season 2
yes,
out?
Season 2 is out.
I did start watching Tales of the Jedi. Tales of the Jedi is not bad. Like I watched some of the Count Dooku stuff. The Count Dooku stuff's actually
I heard the Count Dooku stuff was really good.
Yes. I mean, they're short. They're only like 10 to 15 minutes long. So but they look Clone Wars quality. Like they don't look Rebels quality. They look Clone Wars quality. So things are getting better at Lucas Animation by far.
So I haven't watched Tales of the Jedi. I heard that it was okay. I think Flaccid said that it was pretty decent. Flaccid Phoenix. I haven't watched Bad Batch season 2. I didn't know that it was out yet, to be honest. I did see from a trailer that Wanda Sykes is a voice actor on Bad Batch season 2, which makes me not want to watch Bad Batch season 2.
What you fucking Wanda doing, Sykes Larry David? What you doing, huh? What are you doing?
Yeah, Wanda Sykes is a insufferable cow in literally everything that she's in.
Remember the opinions of the one don't necessarily outweigh the opinions of the many or the few or I'm just saying.
I can't separate the artist from the art when it comes to Wanda Sykes. She is terrible.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't know. I liked season 1. It wasn't amazing, but like it was like I was interested enough to watch the end of it. I was willing, I was interested enough that I was like, yeah, I'll watch season 2. And now I'm just like, ugh. I can't think of a single thing that Wanda Sykes has been in that I've watched that I wasn't like, I wish that I hadn't watched this. So
I liked her. I liked her in Larry David. Just like yelling at each other.
No, she was terrible in Larry David. No.
No. I mean, it was. I thought I thought it was. Yeah. Fuck you, Larry David. I like her.
All right, we're coming up on 4 hours, and I think we're not agreeing on anything anymore. We're just fighting about little details in Star Wars. Obviously, I'm right. Mags and I are right. Is really what it comes down to. And
I'm totally wrong.
No. I'm the woman, y'all. You should always say I'm always right.
Yeah, Mags is always right. Even when I'm not, she's always right.
I still love y'all. It's okay.
I love you too.
Godzillionaire. Yeah, exactly.
Oh hell nah.
So we'll put Drunk Poiriel back in the hybrid seat there, and how are we going to close this out? What are you going to do?
Well,
here?
hold on.
Talk about.
So Pips, what are you up to? What's going on with the white cloaks?
What's going on with
what's going on with y'all?
I was gonna say we should ask the lady first.
Oh, well. There might be gosh, I have to look it up. I'm sorry. This is kind of last minute.
Like, I was so unprepared for someone to ask me a question.
Well, yes. Well, because actually this question was asked.
There's a donut stream coming, guys.
It's no. I might be on with what is it? Adam the Renaissance Nerds channel tomorrow.
Ooh, are you doing Natural 20?
I think it's supposed to be a movie of the week. I haven't confirmed it with Lady Bellfire. It was she invited me and we're trying to firm it out. So we might be on tomorrow from 7 to 7:30. Is it 7:30-ish Eastern? So come check out Adam the Renaissance Nerds channel. And then on Tuesday, I will be on Jacob Ironside's channel. I'm not Jacob. If you're still in the chat, bro, I'm not sure what time that is, but on Tuesday, Clinton haircut. Oh my god, jeez, Louise, oh my god. Don't get Clintons. Anyway, so Jacob Ironside, I'm gonna be on with Pops and I think Cannoli Sasquatch on Tuesday. Jacob Ironside, I don't know what time that is on your channel on Tuesday, but we're going to be talking about 12 Angry Men. So that's kind of up my wheelhouse of, oh my god.
I like that. That's good.
Mr. TT. But so I'll be on with that, and I think me, Lady Bellfire, and Shelby are trying to work on a live stream next week where we talk about girly things of the 90s. So that could be including like Spice Girls and Lisa Frank and all that kind of stuff that we all grew up with.
Lisa Frank.
Yeah. Hey, look, I love Lisa Frank. Excuse me.
Lisa Frank.
Yes, now you laugh at it now.
I forgot about Lisa Frank. And I looked, I was like, holy crap, I've seen this everywhere.
But It's so funny. It's so funny because I was such a what was it? Lady Bellfire was on Jacob Ironside's channel last week talking about Twilight Zone, and she was talking, calling
so
us out.
So was I.
Yes. And she was saying like, well, I was such a tomboy, but so 7:30 Central Time. So that would be 8:30 Eastern Time if you were in the East Coast. Thank you, Jacob. But we grew up like I was a tomboy. I climbed trees. I rode my bicycle out. Like I would leave the house and ride my bike all the time and just do whatever. And I was into Pokemon stuff and collecting cards. In fact, I have the holographic Charizard. So I mean,
you do.
Holy shit. I have the original holographic Charizard. Yes, I do.
Nice.
I never collected. My brother, my younger brother collected.
So Pokemon. It's funny.
My younger brother gave away my collection, and I had a holographic Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise. I had all of them.
Holy shit!
Really? Gave it away.
Hold on, I need to grab that binder then. But anyway, so what it is,
like the Bart Simpson, just
what it is.
Why you little?
I was a tomboy, but like I also grew up with, it was kind of like I was a tomboy, but I still liked girly things anyway. So it's kind of like one of those things. So anyway, so we're going to be talking, Lady Bellfire and I are like the same thing where it's like, we're cut from the same cloth. We were both tomboys and we liked girly things growing up. So we're going to be, hopefully Shelby, Lady Bellfire and I can get together and talk about this thing. So it'll be fun and it'll be girly. And I know most guys are probably not going to like it, but it's going to be the three of us. We're going to have a good time. And so anyway, so please check that out. I don't know when that's going to happen, but where the hell were you, all these women like Mags? Oh my God. But yeah, I will grab my Pokemon card binder, by the way. But anyway, so go ahead and talk about your stuff. So I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'll say that, so Sunday I'm going to be back here on the Drunk Poriel himself's stream. And we're going to talk over some Great Hunt, the Great Hunt, because this is now a Wheel of Time channel. All of you guys watching the show, you don't actually know this yet. You think that this is the Nerd Poriel Continuum. You think that he does Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff. This is actually a Wheel of Time channel. We have just like the Borg, we have integrated him in, and he is now also a Wheel of Time streamer. It's fantastic. You love to see it happen. And you guys can all come here on Sunday and be a part of it as we just do more Wheel of Time. It's going to be good. Outside of that, I think on Monday I'm going to be doing some D&D with a group of people with Mike OBG70. I got a couple short videos that I need to make. One, I have it all scripted out. I've recorded one version of it. I think I'm going to record another now that I'm not sick anymore. And I'm going to record something with Dane Bornhall. We're going to put out a couple videos. And on our channel, you can stay tuned. We are going to be doing with Nate, Amanda Manethrin, also the rest of the White Cloaks, and maybe some rotating guests and people from our Discord. We're going to be doing a Lord of the Rings book club, sort of like read along. So similar to what Brian's doing with Wheel of Time, although probably a little bit of a slower pace. There's only 3 books for the Lord of the Rings series, so we're gonna take it a little bit slower. Probably split.
I did start reading Lord of the
Rings.
I am past. It took me a while, but I'm finally past Tom Bombadil, the Barrow-wights, and the Old Forest. So now we'll really get. I mean, the reason why they skipped everything, it really picks up once you get to Bree. Once you get to
that's
Bree,
a nice looking copy. Mine is not quite as nice looking. It is an old book.
Wait.
We're gonna be showing nerd cred here. No, but
here you go.
I recently bought this. That's why I haven't gotten out of the case of
it. Does yours have this though? You see what's happening here?
No, because I haven't quite opened it up.
What's happening here?
Hold on one second. I have another book series.
You got a nice freaking map, dude. I'm jealous already.
It's a pretty sweet map.
I don't even think this stupid book has a map. Let me see. Wait.
So I have this. This was my first one. So this is my first one.
Very nice.
As you can tell, there's because I read a lot of it, I had to put tape right here because it's paperback, and it got a lot of abuse over the years. So yeah, there's that. But I wanted to get like a nicer version of it, and Target had this. So I was like, this is beautiful. So I want to keep this together. But anyway, so
there's some very nice bound Lord of the Rings.
Look at that. Look at that.
Ah, That's awesome. Pikachu.
I actually drew this when I was I was much younger. So I actually have some artistic talent, but if anybody wants to know,
don't tell me that. Ask Dempsey. I'm gonna be recruiting you for.
Look at that. There it is.
No one ever was.
Yeah, nice.
That's the holographic Charizard. That's the original.
Very cool.
Yep, and it's actually probably the most expensive one in the batch. So.
So yeah, that's what I'm up to. I got stuff going. Lord of the Rings stream is happening. The Great Hunt stream with the Nerdporial himself every other Sunday. This starting tomorrow, and some other stuff dropping on our channel. Waiting for some of the stuff we were going to cover on the Wheel of Time news channel that this was going to turn into. Was the fact that season 2 has still not had a release date, and so we don't know yet when we can start to just rage and laugh and sort of point and make fun of season 2 when it comes out, but it's going to happen, and we're going to be there on the White Cloaks. And after that,
any reason why that they're taking so long to announce this? Like they filmed this like over a year ago, right?
I think they stopped filming about 7-8 months ago. My theory on why it's taking so long, I think that the Rings of Power needed a lot of post-production work, and they were probably doing some reshoots, they were doing some re-editing, they were doing a lot of stuff to try and make that show not suck. They obviously failed, but I think they pulled a lot of their post-production team off of the Wheel of Time to shift them over to plus up the staff on Rings of Power. And then like Rings of Power aired, and they're like, shit, we need to start doing Wheel of Time again, right? So my prediction for a while has been we won't see Wheel of Time until probably the late summer or fall at the earliest of 2023. And the news that I was going to bring up is like people spitballing, but like really no one thinks it's going to be earlier than sort of the late spring, summer. As like the possible earliest. I don't buy that. I think that the release schedule doesn't support that. I think that they're just going to release it probably in the fall. But I guess we'll find out. We'll find out how it happens. But either way, the White Cloaks are going to cover it. So you guys can look out for that. We'll cover it live as the things roll out. And then we're going to do a White Cloaks rewatch season 2 because my liver doesn't hate me enough yet. And we're gonna need to slog through it. And maybe the Drunk Porial will be a guest with us by that point. He'll have read enough of the series. He'll be savvy enough, dangerous enough that we'll be able to have him on.
I don't know if I'm ready for that though. That's like
you'll be fine.
It's like hanging out with like pros and everything.
But the thing is, Brian, your ability. So I mean, because I'm not really good at recalling things. Sometimes I have to write notes down. But your ability to recall shit, especially from the book that you read and then watching the show, is just astounding. Like I don't have that kind of recall. So it's just amazing.
Neither did I for the longest time. Like I had to, maybe it's because I started doing this YouTube gig and everything, and I started watching movies and shows and really paying attention to what's going on. So I think that's what affected my reading. So I really had to think, what is this trying to tell me? Why is this important? Why did Mr. Jordan, and I don't say Robert Jordan, I say Mr. Jordan out of respect, why Mr. Jordan put this in the book in the first place? No, I do that. I know, like for creators that who are no longer with us, I do that. Even though Roddenberry was a prick. I mean, I say Mr. Roddenberry, same idea. People I respect, who have worked hard, who've created something that means much to a lot of people. I mean, Pips. I mean, I've seen tweets from you like, Wheel of Time means a great big deal to you, and I feel bad that that assholes are adapting and turning it like unlike Star Trek, which has been around for years. Wheel of Time, I mean, the first adaptation should be a good one. I mean, you can experiment with second or third or fourth adaptations, years down the line, change characters and all that. The first adaptation should be faithful to what the author wrote, to what the source material is. I mean, make it real. I mean, what I saw is not fucking real. So, watching your restreams and how you guys really dig deep into it has been therapy for me this week, at work while I'm working on, projects and everything. Because the show is like it does no justice for what he created. And it's a shame. And I mean, things that I want to see are not. I've lost hope that I'm not going to see. I mean, I act like it is, because I'm trying to be funny, but that's totally different.
I know. I can't wait to get to reading on the Lady Bellfire was able to help me get into Wheel of Time stuff. So I have something to read. So,
oh my gosh, Max is reading the Wheel of Time, guys. It's happening. It's happening. It's happening.
How
far are you?
I haven't read it. No. It is literally part of my is one of my resolutions this year is I want to read all the books. So I have a lot of things.
There's 15 books.
I know. I want to do it.
You're gonna read 15 books in a year.
Yes, I know how to read, Brian.
I didn't say that you couldn't read. I'm just saying, you
don't know. You have no idea what I'm capable of in terms of reading. If I get involved into a book, I read a book in a day, maybe less than that.
I take responsibility. I retract what I thought. If I think I thought, because I'm a guy and I'm always wrong. There you go.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. Subtext was all there.
Okay. I will. I mean, I probably won't get to all of them, but I'm going to try to read at least half of them by the end of the year. So part of my reading resolution is that I want to read other series like what Pips and Lady Bellfire and Trip and everybody else that I have come across with who are now friends of mine. It's like, they talk about the series all the time. I want to know what they're talking about. I want to understand this world that they love. So it's kind of like trying to get into what their passion is, and trying to expand my my reading worldview. So there you go.
I support it. I'm on board. Max is reading the Wheel of Time. It's happening, guys. It's happening.
It's happening.
And man, also what's happening is we still have 10 people watching at 4 hours and 10 minutes. Man,
hey,
you know what? Hey, you know what? That's because drunk people talking on the internet is kind of peak sort of entertainment for internet. It's like right there next to cat videos. It's just drunk people on the internet and cat videos.
Hey, that's a myth. That never happened. I'm a good person.
But the thing is, I think we're doing something that we love. We're together as friends, and that's the thing. And people are here who want to join in with friends. So, yeah. That's what it is. Oh, I love Tom
Jacob
Clancy.
Ironside's talking about Tom Clancy. Yeah, which books are you talking about? I love Tom Clancy books. I've read I think all of the Jack Ryan series, a few of the others. The fun fact on the Tom Clancy series is the last book that he wrote that was published unfinished. Basically, he died, right? And so they published it unfinished, and it was the invasion of Ukraine in 2015. It was 2014, 2015. It was April, either 2014 or 15, the Little Green Men, all that other stuff into Crimea and stuff like that. It was so good that the Russians probably thought there was a leak. Tom Clancy was assassinated by the Russians. That's all I'm saying.
He passed away as early as 2013. Yeah. Holy crap. I didn't realize he's been gone that long.
Yeah. So his last book, published, not fully complete, was about Russia trying to invade the Ukraine. So there you go.
Oh, well, that's quite for foreshadowing.
Yeah. So drunk Poriel, what other than you and I and some other guests doing the Great Hunt on Sunday, what do you have going on?
I mean, we still have 2 episodes of Wheel of Prime to watch, and I think aren't the White Cloaks, you know? I mean, I want you guys to host one, you know. So
we will let you come suffer with us. That's we can do that.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are part of the reason why I'm rereading the books. I'm giving the books the series a second chance. And oh boy, I'm glad I'm doing that.
I am very glad that you're enjoying it. I'm really, really glad that you're enjoying it.
I mean, there's one thing I'm going to bring up on Sunday that you might totally disagree with me on, because I'm sure you think, you know, Jordan's books are, you know, perfect as they are. There's just one little thing that I think would have enticed me to read The Great Hunt more had Eye of the World ended a certain way. So I'll bring that up on Sunday.
I actually so it's interesting you say that. Like I don't think that the books are perfect the way that they are. And I've said this
I didn't mean to. You know, I know how much you like them, so I didn't mean to
well, I think it's worth saying, right? Because it's something that you talked about faithful adaptations, right? So yes. I think there's something worth saying here. So people who say that they're a fan of something, right? Mm-hmm. I think, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. Chat as well, if you guys have some thoughts. I think that the difference between a fan and somebody who just kind of liked something, right? Or like, yeah, I saw it once, it was okay, right? Is that as a fan, like I have issues with the Wheel of Time series, right? There are parts of it that I don't really like the way the story went. There are parts of it, certain point of view character narratives that I don't particularly like, that I, you know, are a little bit of a slog for me to get through. They're just a little slower. They're not the thing that holds my interest. There's some pacing things. There's all sorts of stuff about Robert Jordan's style and his books, whatever, right? But I would never change the Wheel of Time because it's not mine, right?
Right. I agree. I agree with that.
And I think that's
it's
something
just like you wouldn't change that.
Yeah, like it's somebody else's work of art, right?
Yeah.
And I have no right to change it. And that I think is something that really bugs me about people who say like, oh, this is so much better. And it's like, even if you think it's better, even if you legitimately think that a change to the story is better, it's not your story.
No.
And that it really frustrates me that people have the arrogance to try and take someone else's story and just change it. And it's like, look, this is not yours. If you have a story that you want to tell that you think is better than the story they told, go write that story. Right?
Yeah, tell your own fucking story. Like, seriously.
So it's a frustrating thing in watching the way people talk about adaptations. So anyway, I'll give it up. We're at the wrap up stage here. I don't mean to open a whole new can of worms. But yeah, I look forward honestly to your thoughts on that, because in my mind, that's the interesting conversations we get into as fans about the series.
Yep.
That, you know, people have different perspectives on it. We have different things that we like, we don't like. And it's a good conversation. The other side of people wants to shut the conversation down. Yeah. I want to have the conversation, even if we disagree. Yeah. Like we disagree about Andor being good, and you think it's terrible, and you being mad that
I did not say that, dude. I did not say that.
Oh, Pips, you're just opening up that can. But that's the thing of fandom that people don't realize, or they forget about, is that there's so much to fandom that there's going to be people who like or dislike certain things in the story, in the overall story. Like I remember reading somewhere, like, because I wasn't into like all of Star Wars EU, but I'm just using this as an example. But people dislike the Yuuzhan fog, and then other people like the Yuuzhan fog, and it's like, that's just part of fandom. Like that's just how it is. Like people are going to agree to disagree, but still. The what is the core thing that brings you back to why you are a fan to begin with? And it's the original trilogy that brings it all down. So there's always going to be that core reference, that core thing that founds you or grounds you into that space. And whatever that is, that's okay. I mean, it's fine. So So anyway, that's just my take on that stuff. So I don't want to go into anymore because some people will go into all kinds of weird stuff like you're not a real fan of this stuff, and I'm just like, whatever. I can't deal with that argument right now. It is actually 12:30 my time.
12:30. That's right. That's true. So yeah. But yeah, everybody. Once again, sorry if I acted a certain way.
You're fine.
I feel like I've been kind of.
I blame this angel's envy on you.
Well, I feel like. I mean, I'll have to say this. I feel like I've been maybe a little more grouchy, maybe a little bit more angsty this stream than I usually am.
Yeah. I like
it. It's a character flaw of mine. It's
No, you've been a happy drunk. It's okay. I prefer that. Look, I have met my fair. Let me tell you this. I'm just saying this out loud, for real. I have met my fair share of angry drunks and cranky drunks. You are not one of them.
It's so funny that you say that because I mean I'm not gonna go so far, but I'm just gonna say, like, there's I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna even go into it online, but it's I mean, I've endured a lot. I've endured a lot of stuff throughout my life. We all have.
Yeah.
I'm not special, but I'm surprised. Like, I always thought I would be more, like you. I always thought I'd be more. If I drank too much, I would be more toxic. But it's weird as I'm not. It's weird. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe I'm.
No, you're not.
Maybe I'm happier than I think I am. So. But you know what? I mean, I'll be honest. I love doing this. I just love meeting new people. I love forging relationships. I'll be honest. I feel like I could have probably done better with the stream, especially maybe participating more in the tasting talk. It's a little bit out of my league, I know, but I don't know. It's kind of crazy, but what the hell is this? I'm seeing a bunch of shit now. Oh, excuse my language. Let me look. Okay, so we got
Stream Elements is saying a bunch of people becoming sponsors. I think most of them were already sponsors.
Oh man, you didn't have to do this. You're a member and you're on the panel. But thank you so much.
That's because I love you, Brian. Why? Look, this is for fun too.
I see what happened.
No, don't you think about that?
I see what happened.
Okay, I'll start with Mr. Tickle Trunk for Canadian $2. If you weren't good, I wouldn't give you money.
Oh, thank you, Mr. TT.
Thank you, Miss. I'm sure you're talking about Pips right there. Even though the money's going.
Wait, someone gave me money.
And let's see. We got how many? Let's see. Who members? Oh my gosh, we got. Okay, let's see. Who became a member? Zombie Box just became a sponsor. Oh my gosh, you know what that means, right?
You know
guys,
what else? Who else became a sponsor?
Eastatron
Games just became a sponsor.
Well, you know what I'm gonna do. I have five transmissions. Don't you hear that transmission, Pips? Yeah, I think you do.
I do. I can't confirm.
Hold on one second. Mr. Tickle Trunk, he actually sent in another super chat, but it was before the one that you highlighted. It was at 12:28 a.m. and it said, well, at least for me, it says always bring feisty Poriel, drunk Poriel over 9,000. And I
don't know what that means. That doesn't exist. That's a myth.
No,
that's a myth. It never happened.
That's real. Somebody clip this. That's definitely real.
Don't listen to Pips. He's wearing sunglasses. You don't know what you don't even know if he has eyes. He could be a fade for all we know. Okay, that's not true. I've seen his eyes. They're like a doll's eyes. They're the blackest eyes.
Oh my gosh!
Guys, a doll's eye. It's also I send mystery liquids to women online, so you can.
I know you have my personal address now that you can sell online.
Oh, man.
Pips.
Man, so you're gonna get so many magazine subscriptions.
I know,
Mr. Tickle Trump. Thanks for skipping my others. I'm so sorry. All right, I'm fine. I'm fine. It was just a overreaction.
Apparently he really wants you to skip him though.
You can skip the last another $2. You can skip the last one. Okay, I'm fine.
Who knew that not reading your super chats is the way to get more super chats? I think we kind of broke the system down.
So Pips, Pips,
but there's a signal. I think there's a signal.
So Pips, this is something for you to write down for when you do get monetized. Just
we're never getting monetized. The new YouTube policy about swear words, even if we get monetized, we'll be immediately demonetized.
Okay, Pips, I need you to read.
They're gonna be like these people literally like it's nothing but swearing.
I mean, some of your review streams or when you do your watch streams, yeah, they're pretty sweary.
Pips, read this. I can't read this.
The Nerdporial life form. So now that I've become a member of the Nerdporial life form, my beard just started talking to me. That is a hazard of the job, Jacob Ironsides. That's it's one of those things. Everything in your life is going to become just so much more magical and interesting, and magical plus interesting sometimes results in your beard talking to you. That it's an occupational hazard in the Nerdporial Continuum, set off because the ladies will find you 10 times more attractive when you're a member of the Nerdporial Continuum. It's guaranteed. You can take that to the bank. 10 times more attractive.
I think way more down to earth, way more likable.
The biggest thing
I'm talking about myself. I'm talking about myself. Excuse me.
The biggest thing you gain from joining the Nerdporial Continuum is you become at least 5 times more humble, which is like you can't get that anywhere else. 5 times the humility. I mean, that's pretty special right there.
You got humbled, Pips. Is there something I don't know about?
Yeah, think of how much less humble I was before. Like, think about that for a second.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh, come on!
Don't you have a signal to pick up?
I have to. No, well, super chats are top. Oh, come on, Mags. You don't have to do this. Magitek Mags star. Do I say Magitek Mags star? Or do I say Magitek Mags?
Just say
star
Mags.
David. Well, that's not star David.
Mags is fine. It's okay. Yeah.
So Magitek Mags, yellow star from Super Mario World for $5. You're a good drunk per real. Y'all,
I said happy Drunkporial.
Y'all should join the Nerdporial Continuum. You know where I got the idea of Continuum from? Pips, you know where did I tell you where I got the Continuum idea from?
You have told me the story of it.
What did I tell you?
You definitely told it to me. I'm too drunk to remember, but you told me it.
I stole from.
You guys are terrible. You need to have better tolerance levels.
I stole from.
I just don't have a very good memory, and I'm hiding it. Leave me alone, Max. Stop.
Neither
stop
of us.
Making.
I stole from TNG. The Q Continuum. Yeah, the Q Continuum. That's right, Q Continuum. That's where I stole it from. Does that mean I am full of myself and I think everyone that joins is going to become an omnipotent being? And that I'm at the top of? Well, yeah, duh. That's why you get better. That's why everything gets better in your life. Just make sure you don't get tainted by what is it, the Dark One, Shaitan or whatever. Oh shit! This is turning into Wheel of Time. Oh my god! Fuck!
You're gonna have to add Wheel of Time to your Nerdporial figure.
What does that mean? Does that mean Shadow Spawn's gonna be coming for me? Okay, I don't answer that. But thank you, Mags, for no, that's not the subtext I was thinking. But all right, but thank you once again. Oh, and another one from Mr. for another $2. True, Nerdporial talks over guests respectfully.
Yeah.
Hey, I have to. Hey, it's my stream. I have to get. I have to get. Or well, technically, it's Pips, because I made him. I made him the commander.
Is it technically?
I mean, I said so. So must be true. So. All right. But yeah, we got signals. I want to welcome a bunch of people to the Nerdporial Continuum. So we got
how many signals do you have to play? I mean, what do we count here?
5, I guess. Jacob Ironside's just become a sponsor, so you know what? I hear a clip. Let's welcome Jacob Ironside.
I figured, Huh? What am I supposed to do here, Mikey?
Welcome, Jacob. Nice little smack. Just to get you, just to get you back. So who else we got? Oh,
we got Eastertron Games.
We have Shield Wall of Dragons. Shield Wall.
We also have that. Yeah.
So give you the next one.
I think I take them now. Shut up. I'm sorry. No, shut up. Yeah, please. Just shut up, Mikey.
Shut up, That's lovely Shield Wall. And then what else we got? We got Eastertron. Okay, Eastertron. I
messed with you. I'll leave you alone. It's Jacob's Ironside was the next one up.
I thought I did Jacob Ironside.
You did.
Oh no! No! You're right. Sorry. Okay, Jacob.
Pips, it's a good thing you're in control. That's all I'm going to say.
Maybe not though. I think you might be right. He might have already done Jacob. Holy. You did Jacob and then you did Shield Wall. Ah, man, I think it is Eastertron. No, it's not.
Where? If you ever show your face out there, I won't. Ever. I won't. Ever. I won't. I promise you. Oh.
Ouch. Okay. I don't. Yeah. And you know what, Pips? I think you were
next
right.
One's Eastertron. Now it's Eastertron.
Eastertron's going to get the cool one. I think that's this one right here. There you go. Easton, welcome.
You need one specifically drinking chocolate milk.
Ooh. That'd be a hard get.
Yeah,
that'd be a hard get.
And who's the last ones? We got Eastertron, Jacob Ironside. Oh, Angry Canadian.
Yeah, Angry Canadian.
Where is he? Angry?
I already pulled it up.
Oh, you pulled it up? Oh, sweet. Yeah. I forget you're
valued. I got my shit together. It took a while.
Are you saying I don't? Don't answer that. All right, number 4. There we go. That's smack. That final smack on the head never gets old.
Oh man!
All right, but all you guys, welcome to Nerporial Continuum, and I kept you guys on too long. It's been 4.5 hours, dude. Guys, Mags, Pips, Pips. Once again, thanks for putting this together. And
Godzillionaire.
Well, me and Godzillionaire have a history. I mean, he's just a rich, spoiled kaiju. I wouldn't pay no mind to what he says. Like Japan. All the damage he does to Japan. I mean, Gray's fine. Gray and Angry Canadian. They're both in Japan. They're fine. So Godzillionaire doesn't do much damage. I don't think so. We love you, Godzillionaire. Shield Wall.
I think just regular weekday Mags drunk. We didn't get New Year's Eve drunk. We got regular weekday Mags drunk. That's definitely how that happened.
I'm okay, y'all. What's wrong with y'all? I'm confused.
Her tolerance is too good. What Mags? You're just not. You gotta play it up a little bit this is playing it up for the camera, Mags. The people want to see it. Like, hey, I could go drive totally right now. I'm totally fine.
I don't need to drive. All I have to do is go straight to bed.
Don't want that, right, Max? The people want to see it. They want to see, just twirl it around over your head. They want to see a little pizzazz, man. You're trying to get 1,000 subs over there. We got, hey, we'll talk about this afterwards.
Max, you're gonna get 1,000. You're gonna pass all of us. And you know what, White Cloak, Pips, you guys are gonna pass us too. Like, I mean,
nah.
You guys are really good.
We're just a bunch of istophobes over here. We're gonna get canceled.
Your rewatches are great. like once again, they're therapy. You guys are extremely insightful. If you haven't subscribed to the White Cloaks, just do so right now. Like, don't even just tell me to fuck off and go to their channel with the White Cloaks. You have Pips, Dane, and Alex, and then they bring a whole bunch of people on and they talk Wheel of Time, and I look forward to the content that they're going to do in the future. Like Lord of the Rings is a freaking great book series. One thing that Mags brought up on Twitter that just reminded me, because I haven't read the book since I was a teenager, I forgot how much beating the Witch King of Angmar took a big cost on both Merry and Eowyn, which was a big deal. And I mean, the animated film kind of showed a little bit of that, I think. I don't remember, but it was a big deal. Like they nearly died. So, and the movie kind of just, they're okay. So
yeah,
it's stuff like that just, makes me really want to reread the books and just truly, get the true story of, from Tolkien himself. And then to understand why Christopher Tolkien hates movies and everything else. And Nos is a sub to no one. But you guys, this was a great stream. Sorry I was talking over you guys and everything.
No, you have no worries. You're good.
Yeah,
we handle ourselves.
I like the energy. We had some disagreements. It was good. I enjoyed it.
I'm surprised you put up with me. I was expecting, hey, fuck you, dude. No, I disagree with you. But but this is Pips. Pips is cooler than all of us. Like he's the most level-headed. He's the most level-headed person I've had disagreements with, and you know what? That makes him awesome. All right. So once again, subscribe to White.
Who's this guy you're talking about?
Wait, hold on one second. I'm not awesome.
Mags, well, you're part of the Gestalt Empire. You're Magitek. There.
Oh my God.
He went. He decided to go. But Mags, you're part of the Gestalt Empire. I mean, you're part of the reason why the world of Final Fantasy VI goes down to crap. Kefka takes over and moves the statues, and the world goes to shit.
Cause the world of ruin. I like the world of balance better than the world of ruin. Come on, drunk Poriel.
I love the theme "Searching for Friends" though. I listen to that like every day when I go for my walks and everything. So.
Well, I am going to do. I have something up my sleeves for February. This is all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
Ooh. Ooh. Little there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, but yeah. Other than that, I mean, my next project I'm going to work on, which I've had no time to do. I've been either busy with streams or I haven't had time to watch any shows. The fact that I managed to get a couple hours for Andor today was a miracle. So, yeah. So my next project is going to be Metroid related. Dempsey's actually going to working on some songs right now for me. So to kind of create the next montage.
Dempsey is awesome. You guys should all go sub to Dempsey's channel. Go check out his
he's at 39 subs. We got it.
I think he. I don't remember this from one of the streams in Steve, but he said he wanted an extra voice for something. So hey, Dempsey, if you need a voice for something, I'm available. Let me know.
All right, Dempsey's at 39 subs right now. Let's get him. Let me see. I'm going to put his link here. Dempsey's at 39 subs. Where the frick am I? Oh, here I am.
There are 11 people watching the stream right now. If you guys all just go over, give a sub to Dempsey.
I can't give a link to Dempsey.
I got it.
Yeah.
Did I not make you? Did I not make you? Oh,
I'm not a mod.
Well, now you are. Now you are.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dempsey's a really great dude, but he's also awesome. Like super great to collaborate and work with other people. Really gives selflessly of his time to help other people with projects.
Plus, he's trying to get two artists on board to help our community. By the way, so he's spoken to them. He's trying to get them on board and like music art type artists. So please sub to Dempsey, y'all. He is a great dude. He is awesome. He's a good dude. So yeah. Please do that.
I got to reactivate my musicality myself. I took years of piano lessons, so I can actually read music and I can read music and understand some things.
All right, this is perfect then. All right, next stream is going to be at my house. I got a baby grand right there. Mags is going to sing. We're going to do the whole thing.
We can do that.
It's happening. It's happening, guys.
Yeah.
What's happening?
You're gonna come. You're gonna come play the piano. Mags is gonna sing. I'm gonna drink because that's what I contribute to this relationship.
I mean, I can play the flute too. I mean, I did piano and the flute, but I can do the flute. So
we can't have you leaving those kind of comments for Nosferatu. You gotta
hold on 1 second.
Oh gosh, this stream's about to get super monetized. She's gonna come back. She's gonna play a flute. Damn, this is about to get real.
This is definitely gonna be real.
Is it the jazz flute? Is it the jazz flute like an anchor man? Like what are you about to do here?
No. I'm not playing the flute. No, this is a flute that I had to rent. I prefer open hole because I like the open holes.
Maybe.
They're a little bit more challenging.
Somebody please clip that quote. Come on. Come on.
Oh no.
Yeah, this one time
open holes.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
It is the only open hole that's available at the moment. That's
oh gosh.
Oh Mags. Oh my god.
Nosferatu, where are you with the quotes? Dempsey,
I need the water.
Drop them so I can pull them up on the screen here. There we go. Goodness. Yes. This is where the stream needed to end. This is how the stream. It was always going to end this way. It was inevitable.
Hey, I like my flute. Leave me alone. I actually printed.
Excuse me.
I actually printed out like Tara's Tina. Well, it was Tina's theme in the flute version, so I want to practice that. So, well, it's Tara Branford's version, which is from Final Fantasy VI, but it's Tina.
Yep.
Yeah,
Tina.
Tina in Japan. So, I want to play that on the flute. So I would like to do that.
They call her Tina in Japan.
Yeah, Tina. It was Tina in Japan, mainly because Tina is considered the name Tina is considered exotic, but then Tina does not translate well in North American release. So the North American crew here said that wouldn't work, so they changed it to Tara. So she is Tara in North American release.
All right, I actually think Shield Wall might be onto something here. I think Mags needs to play us out.
No, I can't do that.
It's the only way we can end this.
I need to warm it
5-hour stream. We just need to. Oh gosh, you can't be saying things like you need to warm it. What is happening? What?
I need to. Oh god, I'm gonna shut up.
Brian, end the stream. End the stream before we keep talking. Oh man. I had a real blast. I'm so glad that we were able to make this happen. I know that it took kind of a while to kind of get everybody's schedule lined up and stuff, but I had a real blast. I'm super glad that we were able to do this. So thank you guys for agreeing to participate in this and drink these strange liquids that I sent through the mail.
I mean the fact that I haven't fallen over yet is a miracle. You know. Oh fuck. Okay.
Shield wall. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm sorry, y'all. I cannot play the flute right now. This is not happening. I'm not doing that.
All right.
It's because it would lead down a bad road, guys. The music starts going, and all of a sudden this turns into a very different stream.
I haven't practiced on it. No, oh god, I'm gonna shut up.
Oh my god. Oh wow, this is so much for the G. So much for the PG stream, even though I've been swearing the F word.
Brian, it is still PG. I'm just not swearing anything.
Yeah,
that's true. These are all innuendos. Those are acceptable under a PG rating.
Okay, guys, but for real, I appreciate Pips. Appreciate you taking the point while I just kind of sit on the bottom and just just chill and drink and have a blast and everything. But yeah, once again, subscribe to everybody, and everybody knows each other in the chat. Subscribe to them too. You don't know what you're missing. subscribe to Jacob Ironside. He's been doing Twilight Zone stuff. I was on with him. Great guy. Same with who else is here? Lady Balefire. Subscribe to her. I don't know if Dempsey, obviously, subscribe to him. Let's get him to 50 subs. Let's get him 50 sub sandwiches. Come on.
Yes.
And if I reach 1,000 subscribers, I might eat some donuts on stream and have some people to join me.
Yeah, and if you like Halo and Nintendo stuff, Angry Canadian's your boy right there. Well, excuse me, I didn't mean to assume any genders. Angry Canadian, but same here. And everyone else.
We're gonna clip this part of Mags offering to eat donuts on stream if she gets 1,000 subs. We're gonna release that as a YouTube short. It's gonna go viral. She's gonna get 75,000 subs overnight. They're all gonna be like from around the world and potentially strange kind of stuff going on there. But don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
No, I'll be surrounded by my closest friends like you guys. Oh yeah.
Oh man, this is a blast. I'm so glad this happened. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Mags.
No problem.
Thank you, Pips. Thank you, Brian. This has been a great close to my week because it's been crazy. I'm an accountant trying to close out year end, and we still have a lot of closeouts for next week and the rest of the month. So I'm a little stressed out. So this was a great way to loosen up and be with friends. So thank you.
Yeah, I didn't think me being obnoxious was therapy or just great time for everybody else. But you know what? At my expense, Pips, I love that.
He's a great friend. He does not need to apologize for anything. He's great.
Oh wait, did you unmute me?
Yeah, I waited until you started swearing and then I unmuted you. It was more funny that way.
Jeez. Okay. I didn't say that. That y'all are crazy. I'm just saying. But once again, you guys have been. This has been a great time. Pips, thanks for once again setting this up and taking point and setting this up. I mean, this started from just a single conversation, and I'm thankful that through Steve and through Salty that I met you guys, and I really love I just love talking to different people about nerdy shit, and we have equivalent tastes and we respect each other's tastes. I mean, me and Pips and Mags, we don't agree on everything because this is like Salty says, this is not an echo chamber. We're not going to agree on everything. But you know what? But the thing is, we have the nerd conversation, and that's what brings people together. And I know Pips, you asked this earlier. If there's anything that was anti-nerdporial, it's creating stuff that drives people apart. Because driving people apart does nobody any good. It doesn't do society any good. It doesn't do anybody any good. It doesn't do the human race any good. The point of entertainment is for us to embrace our humanity and to grow and to move forward. That's what it is. And we learn, I mean, these characters, these are fictional characters. I've gone to arguments with friends about who cares about changing a fictional character? Well, these fictional characters, you might not care about them, but a lot of people do. These fictional characters, I mean, are real to us. We read them. We become them when we read. Or when we watch, a show or something. And sometimes we learn stuff from books, movies, and shows about life that we haven't learned, for real or with parents or anything. So there's a value to this. And when people create content that purposely drives people apart, whether it's political or anything else, it's bullshit. And I'll probably flesh this out further in a video, in a future video, depending on how quick I get to 2K. So I'm getting close, guys, getting close. So, but once again, thank you guys for doing this. And let's take a look at the 25-second closing that I created for this. And it's from a franchise that everybody knows I love. Here you go. But
Walking the light.
Bye, everybody. Stay nerdporial.
Love y'all.
That's it.
Max, say your Final Fantasy 6 bit.
What? I'm just saying, Love y'all. Everybody have a good night. Thank you for being here. Mwah.
All right. Take care.
We did it, you and me. Put him right under the table.